Welcome one and all here to North America, baby. We've got some Division 2 action ready to bring you up today as we have some two interesting series to pursue. And of course, to help bring you this action will be myself, Snare, joined by Lizard, the man himself who's become synonymous with the NA region. Big Liz, what's happening? How are you feeling about today's games? And
I never wanted to be synonymous with the NA region, man, never. But it is what it is. I am enjoying it. They do look like my pubs as well, so it's It's a lot of fun casting these games. How are you? I heard you had some scuffle with the security guard.
Oh man, I had a scuffle with the security guard. It wasn't a great time. Had an argument with the man. Wasn't great, but what's going to make me feel better is NA Dota. What didn't make me feel good though was the fact that yesterday when we saw some Dota happening, unfortunately C-Dub being coached by my homegirl Kips, they ended up losing Lizard, and unfortunately, even though NA Dota is supposed to be the region where crazy and wild things happen, I think given the drafts of both of these games, it pretty much went according to plan.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think it was necessarily only the drafting issue. It just felt that Alpha is a better team, and that's pretty much it. Because you have a draft that's only scaling, has no tempo, you win with it. Then you have a draft that's only tempo, no scaling, then you win with it again. So it's like it doesn't. You're playing two different styles of Dota. You're still winning regardless. This second game, this first game went like 40-50 minutes. It was a little bit scary at points, but once they got megas, it was all over. Even to be honest, even versus Megas, C-Dub would be able to defend themselves a little bit, nothing too great. However, the second game was a trashing. You'll see in a second or two, we are gonna have, I'm calling it maximum of 3 or 4 highlights because the game ended 20 minutes in.
Just one of these games that just flies by in the blink of an eye. Before you know it, it's all over. You're just done and dusted, and you're like, well, okay,
it's
that
something I'm
happened.
not used to, Snare. I'm not used to it in NA. In NA, I'm used to 70-minute games every single day, every single time.
But now you actually got to see a proper stomp happening as it was supposed to. That was an Alchemist game as well, right? So whenever you have Alchemist, I think we've gone long past those days where Alchemist is this GG button. Nowadays, it does feel like Alch is a bit more volatile, You have to work a lot harder for your win. That felt a lot, kind of old school, right? That's the very hard carry Alchemist that's just doing everything for the team. I do like one thing about C-Dub, though, is that no matter what, even in these very hard situations, they're just fighting. But yeah, look at Rises.
16 minutes in, there's our first single little scuffle, first little highlight, and I wonder how many more highlights are we gonna get? I think this might be the only one, maybe one more, and that's it.
This is the power of Alchemist, man. Alchemist, Ember Spirit, playing with this incredibly high tempo, super farmed. These games can just go this way if you're not careful about it. So it's always kind of fun to see whenever this does happen, that a team says, all right, we're going to go for this one. We click this one button on this hero, we win the game, provided everything goes well early on. And then it actually works out, because Dota nowadays, it's a very volatile game. Lots of random things happen. One thing I did love to see in this game as well is just how aggressive Monster was playing on this Dragon Knight, making sure that at no point in time is he ever just standing back. Even without the Dragon form, he's just diving in, forcing engagement to happen.
Just wait. Monsieur Snare, you're gonna see something very wonderful here. Just look at the Emporio, look at Emporio, look at the Undying. You see him? Level 13, on the outskirts of the fight, right? He doesn't really know what he's doing. Bam! He's unstoppable, gets a kill. Then he's kind of still chilling around, doesn't really know what to do. Bam! Double kill. Yeah? Still on the sidelines, right? There is this Enchantress. She's trying to do something Soul Rip. She doesn't really manage to do anything. Double King is chasing these heroes. There's a buyback or two. Enigma buybacks goes in. And look at this zombie now. Goes big. Triple kill. Goes for the Enigma. Ultra kill. Leshrac is TPing in. Okay, this is gonna take a while. He pops the Bloodstone, right? He heals up a little bit. Undying is screaming. You can see him on the camera if they click on him. Rampage! And the GG.
Nice. You also gotta love his team, making sure that they give him the space and time necessary to get that Rampage. They're like, you know what, bro? here you go, have it, you deserve it. As a result of that victory, of course, they find themselves a little bit higher in the leaderboard, sitting at 5th place right now, 2-2. The Cut right above them at 3-2. Tilted Boys, who started out looking like the best team in the division, have sort of missed a step as they are 3-1 right now. And Alpha, of course, 3-1 themselves with the win over the side of C-Dub. And at the very top, SKG, still undefeated here in the division with Fart Studios, the only team that, they're not playing, so they don't really count at this point in time. We will have an opportunity to see SKG in action, of course, as well as a lot of these other teams, as we end the day with Alpha versus Ant. This is a matchup that has some decent promise. Ant sitting on 2-2, Alpha on 3-1. So staying in the division, I think you have to make sure you stay at least above 2 losses. At the very least, 2 losses is the absolute minimum. So keep it underneath that. You should be okay. So for Ant, they need to make that happen. Alpha still have that bit of a cushion, but they want to get back into Div 1. And then, of course, this first series of the day, Lizard, Sand King, Gomez. Can anybody deal with this team? They've just been looking crisper and crisper the more that I see them.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't, Snare. They looked really good at the beginning. Then they stopped looking as crispy. But yeah, they are very crisp. Sand King, Gomez, they're on point. They're playing their games very well. They've dropped 0 series so far, a couple of matches, I believe. But in general, they look like the team to beat. Oversight, at the same time, you can see it with the odds as well. Oversight not really bringing a lot of confidence to their fans. I'm the biggest fan of Oversight, obviously, and Sheepstick as well. If I recollect correctly, Skyward is a big fan. And if he's a big fan of Sheepstick, I'm a big fan of Skyward. Yeah, that's how it works. But yeah, Sand King Gomez definite favorites here.
I mean, it might be one of these rock, paper, scissors things, right? Because the side of Oversight, they haven't necessarily been doing all that well up until this point. However, one of the wins that they got was over the Cut, right? And the Cut beat Tilted Boys, the only loss that Tilted Boy has. And Tilted Boys was looking like the best in the region for a while. So, this transitive properties here, Lizard, the Oversight is going to be amazing no matter what. They're going to be out here. And those odds, of course, yeah, they might be favoring SKG right now, but they're simply odds. The game still has to be played out, and we have to witness whether or not SKG has what it takes to continue their run of form and make sure that it stays at 1.36. The odds, of course, are brought to you by esportsbet.io, our partner here for the DPC region and for several regions, in fact. And one of the things that they're doing to make sure that you get a reward for being a spectator and become a participant is that if you go to the platform esportsbet.io, you can watch to earn, which means that for every hour that you watch games, you earn 3,000 tokens and which is equivalent to about $3. We're about to get into the draft though. Let's go. Lizard, Sand King Gomez, the Oversight. Any surprises that have been emerging from North America that's different from other regions in the world right now?
Absolutely not. No surprises. Every game is a surprise. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get from these series. And you know what? Like coming into NA Div 2, preparing for this whole region to cast, to analyze it, I was like, I'm gonna take it easy. I will not flame NA. It's just NA. It doesn't matter, right? Like it's good Dota. It's like it's old. Like I don't think it's even very popular to flame NA any longer. Like back in the day when they had PPD in, someone could at least defend them. Right now they're defenseless. Like no one is defending NA even. It's no fun. It's like you're bullying someone, but he isn't even trying to defend himself. Not that I would ever bully anyone, of course, but yeah.
You're talking from experience right now. You're like, it's not fun anymore, They gotta fight back a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Like in Dota, it's not fun if they're just sitting in their fountain in that new shadow mode, Like they at least need to be moving out of the fountain and trying to hit you. But no, like for me, the Division 2 NA obviously isn't the strongest one. European Division 2 is insane when you look at the teams that are playing there, even though those same teams, because of which you consider Western Europe great, those same teams are losing to other underdogs. Here in NA Div 2, there aren't any big, like you said, Sand King Gomez, they are favorites, but anything can happen. And that's really cool about the region, because that's why we have a table that's literally all tied up. And Sand King Gomez are a little bit ahead of everyone else, but not by a...
5 seconds remaining.
dressed in this first phase. And I believe that this is the only region that has less than 80% contest rate for the Broodmother. So people don't value the Spider as highly as they do in other parts of the world. Thank God, honestly. Please keep this up, boys. Don't change. Keep this happening. Keep the Spider out of our games.
Why do you hate spiders so much? What's the problem?
It's just annoying to play against. It's just always been annoying to play. There's certain heroes that just annoy me. When I look at it, I just feel the pain of the player in the game just being like,
What
man.
else annoys you?
There's the big three, dude. It's Tinker, Techies, and Broodmother. Techies isn't as bad as it used to be. It used to be just beyond horrendous.
Yeah, Techies gets hate for no reason. It's just a standard hero at this point. Like, what's the difference between Techies and everyone else? There isn't anymore, right? It's not like you're... It's not like you are just spamming mines everywhere. You're actually playing Dota, so... Yeah, there are mines, but they aren't that impossible to deal with.
I think if they reduce the mine damage by like 100 at level 4, I'd be fine with it. Then I'd be okay, whatever. It's chill.
The hero isn't played anyway. I don't think it deserves a nerf.
Yeah.
But speaking of this game, miss you, Snare. We have Undying and Tiny on one side, so Sandkin Gomez opening up with a support duo. Most likely. Meanwhile, Oversight, I like their opening better. You get this DP3 and it already makes a bit of sense. You get... right now I'm seeing these four heroes. If they were in the same team, I would say this is Entity. Right? Like literally what they like to play. These bulky, fat boys that don't really move around very fast. Need a lot of time to come online.
I like to see this. We saw this a lot in the last patch, right? The Tree and Protector DP. This was played constantly in every single region. Looked very, very good. Just enables the DP to do what she does best. And you're talking about how this could be, if all four on the same team, this could be an entity draft. Yep. Given the opener from Sandkin Gomez, this reminds me quite a lot of Talent Esports, like Tiny Undying. We saw them do this quite a lot in the last patch, having this one very broadly strength hero and another sort of sit back and healing type hero. It was either Undying or Tree and Protector a lot of the games. They even like dabbled with Elder Titan to sort of suit that role. So I like this from Sandkin Gomez. So they're going to be playing very aggressively. Oversight will be playing for like their timings, right? So that I always like to see like variations and style between the teams.
Hold your horses, Nair. Hold your horses. It's only the first two picks. 4 picks, that is. Like, these drafts can go anywhere. Like, you can play the tempo on one side, you can play the tempo on another. It really just comes down to what your second pair of cores are. Like, they're gonna define the way you're playing. If you get some spirits on the mid lane, something that can actually create some space and room, then you can play a bit faster. Like, from the Oversight, one thing that's obvious is that these guys need no items. Like, when you look at them, right? You look at DP, you look at Treant. Of course, let me rephrase that. You don't need to wait for a specific item. You should always get it. Like, your DP, you're always gonna have that mech, right? You're laning. You should get Greaves, mech, whatever. Treant doesn't need anything. On Sandkin Gomez, you already see the Tiny. You already know that this guy needs a bit of time, right? He needs a bit of space for that Blink Dagger, so... Maybe that's a small little nuance between the way they're going to play the game.
You know, mentioning that this support duo most likely for SKG, and I'm really hoping that this Tiny does go support. Lately, whenever I've been seeing these core Tinies, they have a really rough time transitioning. When they do, it looks amazing, but so many of them just flop in the mid game. They just start to fall off, feel like a tertiary support. So I don't want to see that from them. From Oversight, like you say, they can still be, both teams can still be very versatile with the draft. What fits in for you here? What do you want to see from Oversight? They're going to be picking out a phase. Presumably, they also go for a support. Presumably, a 4 position. There's no Raptor. What else like tickles your fancy here as a support to help them out?
What tickles my fancy? Just any support, really. I'm a big support enjoyer. They always tickle my fancy. They ban out the Mirana because it's a hero that could deal with the Tombstone, I guess. But it's also very interesting because if they're banning out the Mirana, they're thinking the Tiny is a core. Which for me right now doesn't feel that great for Sandkin Gomez. But I believe they played offlane. I believe they played offlane Tiny once even. And it didn't do that poorly. It was just an offlane Tiny, so they still lost.
Yeah.
Not sure which team. I think it's Sandkin. It's them or Tilted Boys. One of these teams play Tiny offlane.
Let's see here. But I would like to see maybe Io. That could be cool. Okay, just go for some generic Monkey King. This could be support, this could be carry.
Yeah, I think that's
Makes life a bit more difficult. This is nice, I guess.
versus both of them, right? If Tiny is offlane, Monkey is gonna crush him. So that's cool.
10 seconds
And if it's a position 4 Monkey, I actually would like a carry Monkey because you have this Treant with you as well. I love the combo. Wukong's command overgrowth, and look at them try to get away, you know, and just struggle.
Dire team
So overall, I do like that.
This is an interesting response. Skywrath Mage, so we've been seeing this more and more within this region in particular. Which game was it where we saw that Skywrath Mage pop off?
There's a bunch of Skywrath games that are popping off, but I believe Cut is spamming it the most.
Yeah, I
The
think
Cut
it was the
really,
Cut,
yeah, the Cut loves Skywrath. It's interesting though. They have B-God and Jubei, so they have an interesting set of heroes like Skywrath and Techies. Sand King Gomez as well can play the Skywrath, but this is... You know what I would like to see?
Yeah.
Listen up. I would like to
I'm
see...
listening, bro.
I know it's not gonna happen, but the core Skywrath versus DP mid. Spam her up. Core Skywrath, let's go Thompson style, right here, right now. It's not gonna happen. What's gonna happen most likely is some tiny core Legion and Sky on the offlane. Legion and Sky, like you're thinking, okay, you're playing into Treant and Monkey. How is that matchup? I'm not sure. Like I think Monkey and Treant can get in problems early on, but from level 3, it's volatile lane. There's a ton of damage, even though Monkey and Treant are considered like extremely strong versus melee cores. Legion can deal with she can deal with Treant's, what's it called, Leech Seed.
Yeah.
You know, you press the attack, the Leech Seed. Is it press the attack or Overwhelming Gods? Overwhelming Gods, right?
Press the attack. Press the attack.
Press the attack,
That's the one
yeah.
that gets rid. Yeah,
Yeah.
that dispel.
Yeah.
I mean, also really good in this game against the Bounder Strike. If they position correctly and they're never together, Skywrath either covers you after you get Bounder Struck by slowing the heroes down with a concussive, or you bail out the Skywrath Mage with press the attack.
Yeah.
This actually feels kind of nice. Yeah, I like this from SKG.
I love it too. Storm Spirit is picked into Tiny, and the Tiny lane is okay for Storm, that's fine. But you are picking it into Duel and Silence. So they should realistically always have ways of catching you. Now you're also putting yourself in a position in which, what are you doing right now? You have to ban out cores, right? I'm not sure why the Morphling. The Morphling is strong, but you have a Storm already. And an AM. AM is understandable. You have a Storm, so you want to ban it. If I'm
Maybe they're
sending
scared of
Gomez,
I think it's probably with the anti-mage as well. They're just banning mobile cores, like mobile. They don't want to keep heroes inside of Wukongs. This probably goes back to what you were talking about earlier about having Monkey King B1.
yeah, you could say that they don't have catch, but they have Storm. So I always like this hero versus Morphling. I don't mind him. If you're Sand King, just get some long range carry that's good versus DP. If I was Sand King Gomez, I would pick SF here. Just full on SF. You dominate the DP lane. You have super fast tempo. You're strong with Legion, and you don't have a true late game carry. But you could go for a Drow, I suppose, if you wanted to really have a solid lane with the Undying. It's always a bit scary versus spirits, but something is always scary in life, Snare. Do you know that? It's always like that. You just have to decide. Yeah, you have to find courage and go through life no matter what happens, you know, whatever the problems lay ahead of you. You just have to choose what's best for you and stick to it, right?
I love how you always come with life lessons. It's not just some Dota stratagems, like life lessons from Lizard. There we go. Skyward ends the draft on 24 with the TA. That's going to be their safe lane hero, so they're demoting their MK to a position 4. But I don't know about this, the TA. You know, it's one of these matchups that, like, in theory, you think about it, you're like, well, Drought does a lot of physical damage. She has, like, one way to get rid of Refraction with a multi-shot, and then I'm going to just close her down. I'll kill her so quickly. I'll get, like, this Ags. I'll jump across the map. And then you just look at your game. You're like, why is everyone dying? Like, what's happening? Where is everybody? I'm trying to get in this fight. How do you feel about this TA, my friend, on the 24 pick for the side of Oversight? Is it scary for them, and how do they overcome their fears with this TA?
The TA does look nice, like the way I see it at least, because you're playing the TA into LC and Sky. That lane for TA should be really damn good. You have refraction versus the Skyrat, so you'll be able to sustain yourself through all his spam. Just pop that refraction. He has to waste mana on you. You're playing with the Treant as well, so overall I like it. It's kind of weird though. You have these two cores of TA and Storm. Just because it's NA Div 2, I can see this going really late, and then these two cores are taking over. But in a normal match, I would really go for Sand King Gomez. So I'm kind of in the middle. And in Easter fashion, Snare, tell me, this one is Sand King Gomez. This one is the Oversight. I'll decide with the. Okay, Sand King Gomez got wrecked, so we're going with Oversight.
Oversight got
Happy Easter to everyone that's celebrating. By the way, yeah.
My birthday was actually on Easter Sunday, so happy Easter to everybody. We feel
and the birthday to you, Snare, as well. A little late, but better late than ever.
We out here. It's sort of like when somebody dies at like 3 minutes and they bring you the bottle refilled. You're like, you could have died 30 seconds earlier, but it's the thought that counts. Thank you, bro.
By the way, you have to take over for me. I'm too busy peeling my egg now, I'm kidding. I'm gonna watch the game, obviously. And
got priorities in order right now.
And peel the egg at the same time. Nice smoke. What's up with all the smokes in Division 2 NA, by the way? Every single game.
It's important.
It is.
Get yourself quickly on the map.
It is. You get on the map, you plant some wards. By the way, look at Skyward. He even has one hand off the keyboard. He's like, yeah, I'm just chilling here.
Yeah, he knows not to be really concerned about anything. Just enjoying life. He's like, he's playing TA, right? And presumably he's just going to wait around until they go collect these bounties. He's not going to make any moves beforehand. Like, he only starts to move off now. So this is the luxury of playing carry in the early game. You don't have to worry about anything on the map except just get to your lane, hit creeps. You just have to say, hey, where's my vision? You get to yell at your mid player for feeding, and you just hit creeps, man. It's nice.
It's always like that, right? Look at that zone and cry.
Oh no, Shido though.
Monkey's
taking a little
too.
bit of damage. Yeah, he hasn't gone in for any spells just yet though. Just running around them in the mischief.
Atuf is such a boss, He runs next to them. He's still in courier mode. He doesn't care.
Man, he wants that bonus movement speed.
Yeah, of course.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
Of course, until Undying starts hitting you, then you lose that bonus movement speed. But at least you're forcing Undying to use the K while you're alone, right? That's always nice. Instead of plumping up.
And he didn't go for the Uberman build with like 17 mangoes. Only has the 2 in his inventory, so anyone that he wastes, you probably feel really good about. And these lanes, talk to me about them, Lizard. Where are we expecting these kills to happen? This is NA. It's very rare that we have such a very slow game, so where's the action going to break out on this map?
Still peeling my egg, man. Leave me alone. I'm kidding. I don't know, versus Undying, what will you do? You will creep skip, right? That's what happens. On the mid lane, I feel like it's very volatile. Storm usually can dominate this lane. And bottom is probably where we should see some kills happen, in my opinion at least, because... But if the kill comes, it should be on the tree or on the sky. That's how I see it. TA, very unlikely, unless Skyward really messes up. He strikes me like a very safe player, He isn't the one that makes way too many crazy movements in the lane.
That's why he had his hand on the keyboard earlier, making sure he's not going to be tempted into making any crazy moves. Can't make crazy moves if you're not touching the buttons.
Yeah,
he's just going to chill, just farm.
Maybe they should have started with some sticks versus Skyrad, but yeah, without the stick it's also fine. He's just spamming concussive shot anyway.
For me, the big thing about this lane is how much farm we're going to get out of this LC. She is one of these heroes. On the other side of the map though, Atuf, gonna just be playing around still with this Undying. Does not have yet access to level 2, so you can't kill him, but might be able to chase him away. Two more hits, he actually does ring him down. Will he be able to get the Roshan deny? Yanbura trying for it. Oh, they're debating who's going to go for it first.
I think he can hit him twice.
Oh my god, this is actually so smart from Atuf. He baits the Roshan, but he gets outplayed. No!
That was good.
It was actually so smart. He baits Roche to hit him, so he can hit him in between the backswing, but unfortunately he still gets outplayed by Yanbura.
Actually, that was very enjoyable to watch. That was like good plays for both of them. It's like a good chess game. You could see that they're really thinking what they have to do. and Undying just running on the other side of Roshan, so that Monkey is too far to actually finish off. Nice Sand King Gomez painting there. Nice little Sand King Gomez.
Yeah.
That
Get the
Sand
sprays
King,
out, man.
that spray is Sand King Gomez himself, by the way. Everyone knows him.
The official. That's the real SKG. Do not put his name in vain. Mid lane. You know what's intriguing to me about this Storm versus Tidy matchup? You were talking about in the draft how it tends to be very okay for the Storm Spirit. Earlier on in the patch, we used to see that, especially in China, a lot of these teams were picking Tiny into the Storm Spirit, believing it's a winning matchup. But as time has gone on, these Storm players have just recovered to make this matchup either look even or just outright winning, as we see Odyssey doing right now.
I had a little bit of a podcast with Notail and Misha. I think it's gonna come out tomorrow, and basically we were talking about the same thing. Sometimes you pick a certain hero thinking it's a winning matchup, and then in the middle of a tournament or after a few days, teams adjust. They switch up the item build a little bit, switch up the skill build a little bit, and suddenly the winning matchup is even or not even winning.
Is under attack.
And there you go, got him.
But he had a little bit of help. Scareth Mage just make the movement. They do get the kill. Atuf might die in the top lane as well, as they kill him off with a multi-shot and a couple of right clicks from Yanbara. So not only do they manage to get the recovery kill onto Storm Spirit after a somewhat volatile lane, but they also get some revenge for Yanbara. He's feeling very happy about getting this kill, but bottom, huge amount of magic damage from the Skywrath Mage. Will be able to pick up the double kill off of that.
So this was a
incredible,
toss kill, right? Or yeah, just an avalanche.
This is an avalanche kill, and then he goes bottom. Dude, Nine's involved in 3 kills in 30 seconds. What a player.
They just wiped them. They wiped them across the map. Only one hero survived, I believe that was DP. Everyone else died, so 4 kills on board for Sand King Gomez. They started the game off very easily, and then they just started crushing them. Sure, cool. Bottom lane, what's the power of this Legion Commander? Versus many lineups, right? Like versus many duos, you can just leave her alone. So Skywrath goes mid, ganks, comes back bottom, gets another kill. Pretty damn good performance from the two of them. And then on top lane as well, Undying plus Drow is an insane lane. So even if you're Monkey King, you can definitely fall to it. Even a DP can, if she's not careful enough.
So far, so good for Sand King Gomez. They're putting the pressure out onto the overside. It is still early days, though. We know that some of these heroes do take a little bit of time to really hit the nadir. Storm Spirit farming in the jungle. He knows that he's playing against Tiny, so not concerned about him forcing in the lane and putting pressure on the tier 1 tower. It's not like some DK or some DP. It's just Tiny. So it's chill, let him farm a bit. And any damage he does do can just be healed off by the Treant Protector, so you don't mind too much.
They don't mind at all. Cry running away. He's doing the right thing. He's killing the zombies, and he needs to get into the trees. So yeah, he's fine. DP is always difficult. Try to go for, especially if you're Undying. She just uses Treant.
Treant might be easier to kill though. Avalanche tosses there, and with 9 being nearby, yeah, certainly dead.
Can I tell you one thing?
Kill.
Just one thing, Snare. The silence from Skywrath plus Tiny is a scary combo throughout the game. Like 90 minutes in the game, that burst is still relevant. So it's one thing that Oversight really has to be afraid of, and be careful how they play around it.
I mean, it's literally a free veil, right, on a particular target. At level 1, it's a free veil. It gets just much better as time goes on. It's so good. Bottom, we're going to see some of this magic damage being outlaid onto Skyward. Did manage to get off the refraction, though. So going to be A-OK. Pre-BKB, that's also kind of scary for TA, because she just, generally speaking, doesn't buy Manta Style. Not many other tools of Dispel for her, so she gets silenced before she can get off refraction. Very, very scary place to be for her in the fight.
Very, very scary. What do you think, which one of these two, how many stacks? These two teams aren't making any stacks. That's kind of making me mad. Look at this. No stacks on the Ancients for TA, no stacks on the Ancients for Drow. That's not good. Like, if you're a TA at this point in the game, like you're not on top of the network, you're one of the lowest cores, you'd really like to have some way to recover. Unfortunately, nothing so far. And you know why it's kind of bad? Because you have a Monkey King. He goes across the map so fast. You have one of these heroes that's really able to do that. Storm, he wanted to go for
Nice
that role.
man. He's chilled.
Is he?
And yeah,
Look
it's
at
cool.
the invis.
Artuf might be the one that dies though.
Oh, he gets stunned!
Oh no, he gets bashed by Roche. That's the second time this Grey Knight Roshan has griefed him.
Look at this now. They have no silence.
Now
They can't
the
kill
Invis
him.
rune. Yeah, he doesn't have Ancient Seal anymore.
Without
He will at
ancient
least take his career.
Without ancient seals, you can't kill him. You need the ancient seal for the full combo. He has a raindrop sticks, no power threads, but still. Oh, there we go.
I'm not sure if they have this damage. They go in for the toss here. Odyssey, though, kept alive thanks to this living armor. They get the turnaround play onto Lund. They zipped him in already. They're going for the smaller plays right now. Boundless Strike holds him in
Avalanche.
position. Odyssey, one more attack, but he can't get it off. 3-hero Avalanche. He's bottling up to get this last little piece of HP. There will be the jump from the Primal Spring. It doesn't connect, but the Leech Seed does. Dead Zone gets the kill.
Wait, what did he toss in the end? I didn't see it.
I think he tossed back a Tooth at the very end there, as he was jumping into the Primal Spring, yeah.
Okay, I see. Because I felt like he was trying to toss something on Storm and snipe him. Storm was getting low. Damn, this Tiny is big. It's so hard to kill him. I mean, he's 4K net worth, right? He almost has a Blink Dagger, 1,000 gold on top of the phase boots. Good rotation by Oversight. They really needed to punish the plays that they were making on side of SKG. That Storm kill was never going to happen. I think that's probably a Tooth scouting out Lund. Really nicely done. But he might be caught here. This is Avalanche.
Yeah. Avalanche, toss, 2 more hits of Tree Dance. Yeah, he's dead.
He's
Bye,
dead,
my
but
friend.
He saves the DP, right? So he's like a mini bodyguard.
Listen, bro. Why is 9, 4, 0, and 2 on the Skyrath Mage?
Cry.
What is going on here?
Mid lane?
It's going to be a big fight here because they popped the Ghost into this river in the mid lane. They're going for a fight. Lund forced to run away here. Odyssey jumping in onto 9, able to get the kill in tandem with these Ghosts. They do end up losing the Tree and Protector though. And as we see, Yanbo drop down the Tombstone, might still end up losing his life. Avalanche from Lund onto both Odyssey and Cry. Nice little gust coming in from the Drow Ranger. Shido not able to get the vision onto Odyssey, so they can't find that kill. Cry needs to watch himself. Ghosts are finishing very shortly. Long range zip from Odyssey. That takes up all his mana, but there's nobody on the other side to stop him.
Yeah, they can't
should be
get
able
this.
to escape.
They can't get these kills. Tiny might be able to get the Tooth. Oh yeah, nice. A Tooth gets caught.
Thrown down, but I'm not sure if a Tooth is who's the one that's trapped up here. A Tooth. Oh, actually gets the Mischief charge on a little bit of this damage. Does end up dying, but sets up his team to bring down Lund. Hashtag worth, says a Tooth, but they might get chased down. Here's Shido looking for the duel onto Odyssey. We'll be able to find it with the Mystic Flare as well. And they find the first duel victory of the game. Okay, so one person gives up their life. Atuf thought he was debating, but then Lund turns out he was debating as well.
Now, Atuf was trying to get away, and Lund basically broke his tree with Quelling Blade, so caught him really nicely. But there were a couple of misplays there from both teams. Like Tiny, I believe he should toss someone on the Legion instead, and then he might even be able to stay alive. And Skyrat was a bit too far when he used concussive shots, so they couldn't really keep up as well. But still, it was good. Like I don't know why I'm complaining. They get a dual kill, all fine, all good. Skyrat has a veil, by the way. You were asking why is he 4-0-4 now? He's 4-1-4, but it's just a good Skyrat game. He's got it's not an amazing Skyrat game, but so far, the fact that he could contribute to Tiny getting those kills was massive. And he has a lot of heroes to play around. Like, you have Legion to play around, you have Tiny to play around. That's the most important thing. It's not like an amazing Skyrat game for the hero itself, but the combos are really good.
So far, so good for the side of SKG. They're just farming away. Sitting very pretty at the top of the net worth chart are the Legion Commander and the Drow. Tiny not far behind, about to finish off a Blink Dagger from this mid lane. He's invis up right now.
They saw him,
but yet again, they see him. They had a sentry down as well. That's the second time this game that he's had an invis rune that goes nowhere, Liz. Feels bad.
Yeah, it's interesting the way SKG is playing. And when I say interesting, it's just different. Look at the bottom lane. No one is touching it. No one cares. Like, you could be farming this 3 range creeps, you know, chilling. dying for nothing. No one is farming it. I don't know. No one pushing bottom. No one cares about bottom. I guess this is the new patch everyone's talked about. They told us massive changes are coming. I guess they're removing one lane.
2-lane Dota. Let's go.
2-lane Dota.
They're
Yeah, these
playing in
teams,
the future right now.
these teams know already.
But not they were really doing though. They were setting up and they had faith in their Tiny because they knew he was about to get Blink Dagger. He's arriving with it now. Atuf will be forced into the Wukong's command. Might still die for this though. Yeah, he's definitely gonna go down. Dual kill given away to Dusho as well. But Luand really wants to reveal this Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
Hasn't been. I'm not sure if he's been scouted moving just yet. Cry is a little bit in vision, but just too far away to risk making the full jump. And they actually TP towards the mid lane. Lund hiding behind the tier 1 tower. They see Odyssey. They go for him. Avalanche toss. Where's the ancient seal? There it is, baby. They don't even need it because the gust was there even sooner.
Yeah.
London, the gang. They make it look like they're taking the tier 1 top Lizard, but they actually just turn it into a trap on the tier 1 middle.
Yeah, this was a really cool play. There is exorcism from that prophet if they want to try and defend this, but they're a bit too late. They don't have living armor as well to heal the tower up with. Now this is a bit dangerous. They're going into the triangle. They see the ancient stack. It's very juicy. They don't have tombstone for 25 seconds. If you're oversight, you gotta defend this. Never mind. Just the smoke. They're going for tier 1 top instead. Maybe the DP.
It'll be a nice little bonus if they can find Cry and then turn it into a tier 1 tower push. They don't have a scan to try and divine the positioning of this DP. However, Elsie, she does come across a Tooth who breaks that one smoke. So,
I love your vocabulary, by the way. Did I ever tell you that?
Mine?
Yeah, I love your haircut,
say?
your style, and your vocabulary. You didn't say anything special for Monkey. Just dies. It's just different. You're using words that I don't necessarily always hear from my Brits, my Brits and Americans. I'm sick of all these Brits and Americans working with me. It's always the same thing. Especially the Brits.
Especially the Brits. Where they at? Let us know in chat if you're one of the compatriots of the Brits. Thank you, Lizard. As you've made me blush, they're taking over this ancient stack. You said they're going to wait for the tombstone to come back. It's back right now. And they will utilize it to take these ancients, but they want to try and defend this. But will they be able to? Very nice avalanche combo coming into the Storm Spirit. Dies underneath the Mystic Flare and additional damage. Dual kill comes into the Death Prophet as well. Latuf cut down from the tree line and cut down in life. 3 heroes gone in the blink of an eye, and they're not done yet. Lund has Blink Dagger jumping forward onto Dead Zone, and Dead Zone should die here. One more right click from either Lund or Shido. Shido will take the responsibility, and Shido will take the gold, and then Shido will come back to take the Ancients.
Now this was a game-winning move from SKG, realistically. They take the full stack of Ancients, I believe that was a 4-stack, and they win a team fight without losing anyone. Nice stun by Atuf, by the way, 4-man stun, but at this point in the game, look at the network difference, 16 minutes in 4K. It's not exactly massive, but what these heroes do with that advantage is completely massive. You just cannot fight them. You need the Storm to somehow jump on the Skyrat, eliminate him. But, yeah.
Speaking of jumps, Lizard, there's another jump coming here. I think they see Atuf. They know where he's at. There we go. Avalanche up. Dushi coming in for the duel. Should be easy damage. Cry. They don't even need the Mystic Flare for this one. Cry also caught out. There's no BKB available for the Death Prophet, but they might wait for a bigger target. Odyssey! Avalanche interrupts the initiation onto Skywrath Mage, and he dies to the Mystic Flare.
Yeah.
They find the Death Prophet. I think we're staring down the end of the game here, Lizard. This feels way too difficult.
Yeah, he realized what he had to do. He realized that he needs to jump the Skyrat, but at this point, it's just way too difficult. Treant now as well. Sandkin Gomez just playing way too fast. The Monkey was Atuf, once again, in the right position, by the way, breaking up that smoke, but they're just faster than he is. They plant that Observer Ward and instantly jump him. It's like, I don't know, watching this game, I feel like SKG is on average 1k MMR above Oversight. I might be wrong here, but just watching at the game, it's not like the strategic movements are much greater. It's just, what?
Oh, Storm? Cry? Where's Odyssey?
Okay,
Boys, what's happening? Atuf? Did nobody yell? Oh,
no
God.
comment, no comment. Atuf?
Oh, God.
I don't know what you want to do here, sir, but you're just a monkey on a cliff.
Oh, no.
Who's gonna be able to do a lot.
They're falling apart, Lizard. This reminds me of the Outsiders from China. Remember that Storm zip?
Of course I remember. At least he didn't zip into GG. There's a difference.
Oh no. He doesn't have BKB, no Lincolns. Actually, nobody has items on the side of Oversight. And you talk about how this net worth lead isn't that traumatic, and it really isn't, but when you compare and contrast the items they actually have available, their biggest item is a mech and a Desolator. They're going to try to use that Desolator to kill Lund, but they won't be able to do so. Mystic Flare going back out onto the TA. Dusho, 1 second until Duel is online, and then it comes back. They utilize it to get that kill. They find the interruption onto a tooth, but they did find the draw range on the end of the fight. We'll see how much vengeance SKG can find for her life, and they will be able to bring down 3, almost losing the Skywrath Mage in the process. So what do you think here, Lizard? They're behind enough that they actually gain a net worth advantage off the back of that. 500 gold for the Storm Spirit.
If it was like some crucial 500 in which he's getting... Cry might die here. Tiny's already TPing, he's caught. Just needs to save one disable. Because he might TP. He might TP, there's no duel. Yeah. He needed to save one disable. I'm not sure why he didn't wait, but it's fine. If it was like some big change in which Storm gets a BKB, then that fight would have been alright, but he's still very far from it. They need some big items. They need BKBs, basically, because this Skywrath is just destroying them.
9 just having way too good of a game. 4 points Mystic, or 4 points into the Ancient Seal with Veil. About to hit level 12, not too far from now. Then we have a lot of damage, as if we don't have enough already. And what's really scary is the fact that they're not really scaling on the side of the Oversight. They need BKB so badly, but they also need damage items. Skyward has Desolator. That's their damage item right now. And Storm doesn't have enough mana to meaningfully be able to zip all the way through the fights. But they're going to try Smoke right now. See what they can find. Odyssey leading the charge. But one thing that also sucks about being so behind is that you just don't have any vision. So these smokes, very hard to try and find an angle to get to the enemy through.
Very hard. Will they TA? My god, the Tooth is gonna try, but
Tooth tries, but gets interrupted. Look at the avalanche toss from Lund. Catches out both supports simultaneously as Skyward trying to get up onto the high ground. Draw Ranger just slowly pokes you away. You don't have a Blink Dagger, you don't have a Hurricane Pike, you don't have a BKB, you have no way out. Your team can't help you because they're all busy dying.
I don't think they will. By the way, you called for a GG much earlier. Oversight, they don't strike me as a team that does that. They strike me as a team that will play until the end. They're like tryhards, you know. Just it's not just tryhards. They want to learn from every game, from every mistake. So I respect that. I think they should continue playing. Just see if they can get something out of the match. 11k in 20 minutes in isn't promising, but I know, for real, like maybe there's something that they can do. Perhaps find a way to approach the fight.
That's the greatest euphemism I've ever heard. Not promising, but not completely out of the question. So they can still make this happen. Cry needs to survive this move though.
Dude, there's 122 damage on Legion Commander. What do you mean? Not out of the question. It's like 20 minutes in. He's a big boy, big girl. It's a lot of damage. You know how many
games I've seen with this LC where she ends the game with like 32 damage, being just a passenger in the team. But then these other games where she starts like this, gets all these early items, feels like a third carry in the team. Just is not a great place to be.
He has almost as much net worth as the Drow, and he hasn't been farming at all. He's just been fighting throughout the game, right? He's 7-0-12, so Lucho, once again, having a really good game.
They're finally going to be able to take the tier 1 tower in the top lane for the side of the Oversight.
Did you see what he did?
It's taken quite a while.
Before they took down the tier 2. He moved uphill, he cut the tree next to the medium camp where the Ogre Frostmage now spawned. He cut the tree right there, and then he moved back to fight. So they have a little bit of extra vision there, if there's a smoke coming from... Yeah, interesting play. Or maybe he just likes cutting trees, I'm not sure.
So he's either a genius or a lumberjack, I like it.
Exactly.
They're actually going to smoke up as 2, LC and the Undying behind the Drow Ranger, trying to utilize the last 3 minutes of this Aegis and see where it gets them. But Oversight are aware of this. They haven't brought back everybody to mount this defense just yet. They're desperately trying to finish off the TA BKB, but she's not going to have it. In the meantime, though, they make the jump middle. They find Cry with the young duel from Dusho, and that's going to be a kill. No buyback available
Storm
for this
is
Death
in.
Prophet. There will be a zip onto Storm. Storm actually manages to avoid all the stuns coming in from the SKG lineup. They brought down 9, but it will cost the life of a Tooth as he quickly gets killed by Dusho and Lund with the damage. Dead Zone also in danger. They don't need another duel. Still on the
TA.
cooldown, but oh no, Lund getting the toss back onto Skyward. Skyward
Yeah, GG.
still doesn't have BKB, and that's going to be that. There's no buybacks on any of these heroes, Lizard. That means that there's no chance. GG well played was called, and SKG continue the run of dominance they've been showing here in Division 2.
It was a nice attempt to defend at least. You know, they didn't give up very early on because the game looked extremely hard for Oversight. 6-32. That's a bit of a yikes. Skyrat, I'm not sure who dominated harder. Is it Tiny? Is it Skyrat? Is it LC? What I really liked is they picked this Sky, and he had so many heroes to play around. It was the Legion Commander, it was the Tiny, and then he could move anywhere these two are moving and get kills with Flare. Meanwhile, your safe lane was a safe lane that you can just leave alone and forget about them. It's Undying plus Drow. They should do well against most heroes. The DP first phase, if you're picking it, you need to be careful. Because if you're picking DP, the normal answer to her are these ranged cores, these glass cannons. And Drow was a perfect pick, I feel like.
Yeah. A very good game for the Drow at the very end there. Like you mentioned, super strong lane with the Undying. Also, love to see the combination. You know, you mentioned all the kill combos with the Skywrath Mage. Surprisingly enough, pretty decent with the Drow as well. It's just so annoying to play against, being slowed down by the Frost Arrows. And then this concussive shot keeps slowing you, just taking damage after damage after damage. It's very annoying to see, but ultimately they get this W. Love to see how this Drow ended up playing. I must say, 9. Shout out 9. Shout out, man. This Skyrath
shout
Mage.
out.
Oof.
Shout out.
Jeez. You were asking who dominated harder between him and the Tiny. I feel like he's the reason the Tiny was able to dominate this game so hard. That first kill they got on the Storm Spirit after Tiny was losing the lane. Who made that happen? It was 9. Literally 20 seconds later, he's bottom getting a double kill and then setting up his team for success off the back of that. So
Yeah, for sure.
every possible move you could have happen in this game came from the Skyrath Mage.
Skyrat, this man, the myth, the legend, he's complementing both cores. I think it's like that, right? It's a little bit of him, little bit of Tiny, little bit or maybe a massive bit of the Legion Commander too, Ducho. You know what? Like Skyrat, to be able to do what he's doing, Ducho needs to be able to stand his ground on the offlane on his own, and he did exactly that. Legion Commander just chilling. Whenever Skyrat is roaming around, finding himself, you know, when he says, he looks at this Legion Commander, he tells her, I'm sorry, it's not you, it's me, I need some space. Then he roams around towards Tiny, you know, he has fun with him. Legion Commander doesn't cry. No, stands her ground and dominates the lane.
You know, something that when I'm looking through these replays, something that I get reminded about is something you said. I think the first time I casted SKG, which series was it? Was it against Ant? I want to say. I think it was Ant, but you mentioned how the thing that impresses you the most about this team is the fact that they're always capable of finding the correct initiation. As in when they start a fight, the primary target they're trying to kill, everyone kills that target. Then they'll move on to another one. Then they'll move on to another one. We saw that very clearly throughout this game. No matter how much chaos was happening, they were always very clear on who they wanted to kill first, which spells are supposed to go in which order. It gets them the dub at the end of the day. And OVS feels rough to be them. This is a game where, you get given presumably all the heroes you would want to have in a game like this, but very little impact being felt by a lot of them, especially this TA. The TA felt like she was in a rough spot. The game was just going way too quickly, because normally she starts to play Dota when she has like Blink, Deso, BKB. But under these conditions, what could Skyward even do here, Lizard?
Nothing. He was just dead in the water, really waiting forever. It's a problem, right? Like you're basically a TA. You need 2 items. You can sometimes play with something like Blink Dagger, but you're a carry TA. You're supposed to be, just waiting for the Death Zone, waiting for Dragonlance Death Zone at least, and then you even need the BKB. The biggest issue that Oversight had, they lost the lane so heavily that they couldn't protect the triangle. And then when the triangle is taken away from you that early on with a 4 stack that was supposed to be fed into TA, of course, you'll feel weak. You lost your stacks. They were given to the enemy. Like, what can a TA do? What can a lonely Skyward do? 0-4-0. I don't blame him. Game was rough.
Very rough game indeed. Obviously, the Death Prophet also had a rough game. Couldn't apply enough pressure towards his own tower. Everybody just had a rough game. The one who didn't was Nine, of course. MVP of this game. Definitely, I think we should nominate him on the Scareth Mage. Did everything necessary for his squad. Very high levels into the Ancient Seal, given the kind of draft he's playing into. They didn't even get to their BKBs or their Lincoln Spheres to try and deal with this. This early atomization into the Veil was good stuff. Didn't go for, what was it that we saw the other day? The rush into the Rod of Atos? Doesn't need it this time around. He's like, nah, it's chilled. Just play a normal game. I'll have boots. We'll run these heroes down. We have a bajillion slows. The few stuns that we have are so good that we can just win team fight after team fight once we get them out. So shout out to him and the rest of the squad.
Yeah, absolute shout out to him. They definitely didn't need to force him into any bad item builds. Not bad items, unnecessary item builds. Like Atos is still good, but when you have so much control on your team, it's unnecessary. So he goes for the standard Veil, Aether Lance. Probably the next item would have been Aghanims if we or Blink if we got that far. But yeah, we didn't really get that far because they were too damn strong too early on.
Too much strength too early on from the side of SKG. We'll see if they can continue that strength into Game 2 or if we're going to see a bit of a recovery coming in from their opponents and have a more exciting series presented to us by the Oversight crew. We find out exactly what happens after a small break, so don't go anywhere. Game 2 coming shortly, and we'll see you soon. Welcome, one and all. We are back again here for some Div 2 action in the North American region as Sand King Gomez takes on the side of the Oversight to try and figure out if they can really make this a clean sweep in the division. So far, undefeated in any of their series. They have dropped a game. So it's possible to beat them, but you have to work really hard to try and make that happen. So we'll see if Oversight has what it takes to make this a 2-1 affair in this series so far. My name is Small Snare. I'm joined by Large Lizard. My boy, my man. Give me some hopium. The Oversight, you said it, I think, the best way. There's about 1,000 MMR, it seems, behind the side of Sand King Gomez. But we've seen many upsets, and this is the region for upsets. So what do they need to do on the Oversight to try and make that happen?
Woo! First, I would hardly say you're a Small Snare, but I can see that you're taking our first letters and making some adjectives. So sure, why the hell not? You could use Strong Snare and Little Lizard as well. What do they have to do? I don't know. Let's see if fortune favors them. Sand King Gomez, Oversight. Sand King Gomez goes in for the kill. Oversight is wrecked. I don't know. It is what it is. The eggs have spoken.
The eggs have spoken. Let's see if the eggs also like the draft, because we have a little draft hatching out of its own shell right now to see exactly what kind of monsters will be birthed by either of these squads. Let's get into it. Second pick is going to be for Sand King Gomez on Radiant side. First pick for the Oversight on Dire. And you know what's interesting? We didn't see Disruptor until the second phase last game. I thought for sure that if he's in the first phase, you just snap this hero up no matter what.
Let's see. The Oversight actually snapped the Undying away from them.
Oh no.
They had... There was a DP still in the pool. They rejected the DP. Reject DP, embrace Undyingness. They went for him instead. What else is there? There's like Disruptor, there's Rubik, there's Tiny, Sand King Gomez. They just have a ton of options to open. There's like Enchantress, Beastmaster. I don't think they play that much, but that's also an option. I guess Undying versus Legion Commander feels better versus the Skyrat. If Skyrat is picked, feels better, so... You know.
So when we were doing Western Europe, the team of Ivy, they ended up winning a game, and then we had an interview with them. And J.M. Vincento, their captain and drafter, was saying that he believes this Undying hero is still very strong, but that it's 100% game losing if you pick it as first pick, as the 5 in the game. So if that does indeed hold true, the Oversight will not be very happy with this decision. It does open up heroes like, we saw Marana being banned last game. Suddenly Marana feels a lot better. Snapfire feels pretty good.
Yeah, you could go like Mirana Tiny even. Is he truly super game losing first phase? I mean, perhaps. It depends on the bans. That's how I see it. Because you can still pick heroes that are good against him when it comes to the offlane, if they aren't banned out. And if I'm thinking about Undying, I'm usually thinking about Glass Cannon position once, right? Unless you're playing into something like a Brood. Then you can go for a Naga or a Slark. That's something that's still left in the pool, but like you said, ignored. Yeah, Tusk DP.
This is interesting because Team Secret, when they played into Disruptor, Yamich was saying that he believes Tusk is the hard counter to that hero, and that's just the way that you deal with Disruptor. But we also know that Undying Disruptor, this is an old school combo. Even before you were playing Dota Lizard, that was still the duo that was being played day in, day out.
There was no such time before I played Dota, man. I've been playing Dota since the moment it came out, so it's not possible. I was on a 2 versus 2 tournament in Dota 1. I still had long hair, very long hair. So that has to be like 20...
That's a long time ago.
I don't know. That might have been even like Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos, not even the Frozen Throne. That's how long that was.
ROC Warcraft. Oh my god, that's...
I don't think Dota existed then. I can't remember. But yeah, it's been like 2006 or something. I can't remember. Any case, we're not here to discuss how old I am. Instead, your Disruptor Undying call, I like it. It's solid. You can also go for a Glass Cannon here and Protector in the second 2 picks. You can flex something like an SF, and then you have a good lane versus DP with the Undying, or you just put the SF mid if you get countered too hard. Like getting something flexible here would really be strong for Oversight. I like
that idea.
Yeah, I would hate to see 2 supports instantly with an Undying. It's very punishable. And they get the Brood. Okay.
Well, this is going to be something fresh coming in. Picking up the Brood Mama, bringing it into the mix. Very unhappy to see this, but what can you do? You're trying to win a game. You do what you need to do to get this W. I'm actually wondering, have they played Brood? Let's see. So this hero has only been picked 3 times in the region so far. Only being played by Italiano Gangster, Monkeys Forever, and Monster. So this will be the first time that Oversight rely on this Brood Mother. The first time Cry plays it, at least in this particular tournament. Let me see if he's actually played this hero at all professionally.
It's interesting, the bans. They ban out the Slark, Pango, and the Bat. I feel like there are heroes still in the pool that deal well with the Brood. On position 1, Disruptor is also really good on position 5 that you've been calling for. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Not great versus the Tombstone, obviously, Tusk and Disruptor, but they ban out the Disruptor themselves, okay. I mean, it kind of goes both ways. Maybe they're afraid of Brood Mother going over your jungle and then Disruptor just catching anyone that wants to fall back. I like Naga, I like Troll, I like these sort of heroes into the Brood. There's also Sand King Gomez, Legion Commander again. You don't have to lane into the Brood, but you can rotate the Legion after the laning stage to protect the towers. There's also something like a Tide, an Underlord, all these kind of heroes, you know, they're pretty good into her. We'll see what they decide to go for.
I like the LC call for 2 reasons. The reasons you outline against Brood Mother, you also get a way to like jump in with Tusk and actually kill her. But if they go for the LC, right now they don't have a way to deal with this Tombstone. But with LC, you get press the attacks, some free attack speed. Quickly bring it down, can move on in the midst of the fight. They go for the Pudge instead, so that is some hard disable. You can still follow the Brood with the Snowball. I'm fine with this. Right now on the side of Oversight, the damage comes in increments. There's no like immediate massive burst just yet.
Just the Vanguard.
So Pudge still feels okay.
Vanguard build versus the Brood.
Okay.
I think actually a better pick would have been even AM with the Vanguard, but if they feel more comfortable with the Pudge, it's also pretty damn good. Probably better, honestly. And they could go Pudge plus Warlock. That's just hideous for Brood Mother to play into. Yeah. You max out Upheaval and the Rot, and you're just feeding us Brood. Doom. Interesting one. Interesting.
Okay.
How do you feel about the Doom? Are they putting Brood mid, actually? They're putting Brood mid, aren't they?
They might put Brood mid, yeah. Match it up against the DP, I guess. Doom... I don't know how I feel about this Doom. I don't like Doom in games where some of the enemy heroes don't care about being doomed all that much. DP, she's gonna, by the time you get to see her in the fight, she presumably will have at least like have done a Crypt Storm or 2, already has Ghost out, might even have a Spirit Siphon, so it doesn't care that much about being doomed. Pudge doesn't care that much either. I don't know. I like the Doom in tandem with the Hoodwink though. I do like these two together. I don't like the Doom by itself, but I do think the Hoodwink makes it a lot better. Assists in the lane, gives a lot of damage for later on when Doom doesn't have it just yet.
Yeah, I can see it. Okay. It's strong lane, and they get the Warlock that we talked about. It doesn't matter if you're playing versus Brood or Doom. It kind of serves the same purpose. The only difference is you're rotting on Pudge. Doom is using Scorched Earth, so you're still going to hurt Pudge. Infernal Blade is also really damn strong against him. And you have Hoodwink, so maybe there's even a chance for Doom and Hoodwink to do decently in that lane. This is a carry Pudge. That Prophet is still flexible on the offlane with the Tusk. So you can still put Tusk DP offlane, Warlock Pudge safe lane, and last pick your mid. DP doesn't have to be mid for Sand King. So that's kind of cool. I do like the Hoodwink. You mentioned it. Hoodwink into the Pudge, pretty damn good. You get ways of breaking him. If you're Sand King Gomez right now, you need some high mobility catch, and I'm surprised they banned out the puck, but they did. They don't have last picks, so I guess it's kind of hard for them to pick. Oh, actually, they do have the ultimate last pick. Never mind, I'm bad. They could have picked it, but okay, they banned it out.
So no Puck, no Storm Spirit, presumably. Oh, I don't think they banned Queen of Pain. Bat's already. Is Bat in the game? Okay, no, Bat's gone already.
I'm sorry. I went all the. I strayed, Snare. I strayed from the path. Brood Mother is Brood Mother is on mid. So if you're if you're thinking about mid lane, you might even think about Pudge mid lane or something else.
They could, hold on, they could still run Brood off lane and then put Doom in the safe lane, which a lot of teams have been doing lately. So they could still be looking for a mid hero. I think that's why it's like difficult for SKG right now.
Yeah.
Because Doom could go off lane or safe lane, Brood could go mid or off lane, and they could still pick off a safe laner, they could still pick an off laner, they could still pick a mid hero. So it's kind of difficult to know exactly what to ban here.
Turn to pick.
Yeah. It is what it is. They have a very versatile draft with the Doom, with the Brood. They can go anywhere, like you said. So for them, it's not very easy to finish off this draft, even though they have a lot of
10
options.
seconds remaining.
I hate having way too many options. I get paralyzed. Option paralysis.
Analysis paralysis, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real thing. You're like, oh snap, what now? Too many things.
Like
Well, oversight, they have to make options now because they only have 5 seconds. So pick one. Go, listen.
3,
What you
2, 1. Gyrocopter. Misclick. Oh my god.
Oh
What?
no. Oh no. Oh no. It's Void Spirits.
Void Spirit mid,
no.
Doom safe lane, Brood off lane, something like that. If you're Sankin Gomez, you could pick an Ember. Just a solid, solid hero. You could pick a Timber even as well. That's also decent. Like Hoodwink has break, but overall feels good. If you want to play make real hard, Ember would be very solid in my opinion.
Banned. Got banned.
First ban. Yeah. I'm surprised. I'm seeing Void Spirit and I'm like, why the hell no Ember? Now I see why. Let's see what they go for. Co-op.
Quap of Pain. Yeah.
The Co-op
Just
of
pick
Pain.
Quap of Pain. So personally, I just hate Void Spirit. I think this hero reminds me too much of Mars as a mid laner, right? So it's this hero that nominally looks very good. It has, you're like, okay, it's got some decent amount of fight capability. It has some mobility in the early game. And then you go in, things look good for the first like 20 minutes of the game. And then you have like one failed rotation and you don't get to the next item in time. Then you just completely fall off a cliff. I don't know, man. This hero feels like a trap to me every time I see it. Unfortunately, though, Quap of Pain also sometimes feels like a trap. He runs out of damage, and we've seen it so many times. You yourself, I know you're not an enjoyer of Quap because you always sigh in frustration when you see this hero. So since I'm frustrated with the Void Spirit, you're probably frustrated with the Quap. Which draft is more frustrating, and which one is easier to play for Game 2?
The drafts are a bit crazy. I'm not that frustrated with the Quap. You're playing into Void Spirit. This hero used to counter him real hard. And Odyssey is playing Void Spirit, so that's going to be the matchup, Quap versus Void. What's interesting is that Skyward is playing Brood Mother. Now the question is, does Skyward switch on the offlane? Oh yes, I remember the interview. Like this man, he used to play offlane, right? And he used to play Brood 24/7. He's like the best Brood in the whole region. So that's why they picked it. That's why they picked it. Maybe let's see how his Brood is. This should be Doom safe lane and Brood on the offlane. And yeah, that's what they're doing. Then again, he can be the best Brood in the region. He's playing versus Pudge plus Warlock. That's not an easy Brood game. So let's see. Can he actually dominate in a lane that's 100% not easy for him?
Well, we're going to find out here. While they're still going into the lanes, I went to have a quick check. He's played professionally this hero 17 times, only a 23.5% win rate. So it's a bit of an uphill climb statistically here for Skyward. Not going to be helped if a Tooth ends up losing his life. They're trying to jump him here, and there's going to be die shards. They guaranteed find this kill, bringing him down with the Crypt Storm. And you know how you know that 9 is a proper Tusk player here, Lizard? Doesn't make the mistake of leveling up tag team level 1. Does the right thing, goes for the eye shards, make sure that they get the kill.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, nicely done by him. They get that first blood. You should always keep your levels. There's like 5 heroes on which you can level up spells immediately. 99% of others. You know what? Actually, I take that back. Back in the day, there's always a chance that you level up the right spell for the situation, right, to get the first blood or escape. But right now, the game is in a state in which even if you get the first blood or die, you should just level up what's good in the lane and that's it. Because it's just not worth it anymore.
The amount of gold you get from first blood, not like the good old days where you felt like you just won the lotto if you got a first blood. Now, kind of have to work for your net worth. Starting off to nice and slow. I suppose this is also, if they're playing Brood in the offlane, and Cry has to go into the safe lane. Cry, as an offlane player, has definitely been playing Doom quite a lot, right? So this makes sense that he would be very accustomed to playing this in the safe lane as well. And here's this matchup. Lund versus Odyssey. In the previous game, Lund, although he found himself losing out initially in the CS, was able to recover a kill with the help of 9. We'll see if he can do so again here. Although this time around, the matchup is, like you said, much more favorable for the Queen of Pain than it was Tiny into the Storm Spirit.
Ah, Queen of Pain, Queen of Pain. Quap of Pain, my dear, dear Snare. Yeah, he's doing well so far. And we'll see if Odyssey is able to dodge out a couple of those shadow strikes. What's interesting is he went Fatal Bonds, level 1 on Warlock as well. This isn't the way. This is not the way. at least the Pudge Warlock lane, you can get Fatal Bonds, but you really want to max out Upheaval as soon as possible. And to max out Upheaval, you need level 2 Shadow Word, because you want level 2 Shadow Word. But look at him, he just went no Shadow Word Upheaval. And it's good, but the question is, will Pudge be able to dish out enough damage before he dies in these fights? That's the question now.
What do you think about a Warlock overall as a hero? I kind of feel like this hero is a bit underpicked. Like,
super underpicked.
We should be definitely seeing him in a lot more games than we actually do. But why don't players like playing him? Because there's been these brief periods where he's in every game. Oh no, beautiful bushwhack. And we might have just cursed them. Sorry, Warlock, you're a bad hero because you're just getting ran at by the spider, and she's gonna almost get first blood.
Oh, the
no,
jukes.
Warlock
The
has
jukes.
them Jays on. Finds the jukes, and now Shido looking for the turnaround with the rock.
The hooks.
Misses the hook though. Oh no, that's not what you wanted to see from this Pudge, and now suddenly Shido's the one that's in a bit of danger. Does pop the magic stick, trying to turn around with this rod. There's gonna be the acorn shot bouncing between the two, and a tooth will be able to find the kill.
I mean, look, to play...
Yanbura did everything that he could to try and salvage this, but limited in his capabilities as this Warlock, even though there was a nice juke.
Yeah, to make this lane work with the Pudge, you should at least be landing a couple of hooks. It doesn't have to be every single one, but so far the HA /HA is 0. He's not really getting any. If he got a hook there, they definitely get a kill or maybe even a double, but that's the problem. You don't have Shadow Word, you went full aggression, and you didn't even use your Fatal Bonds there. You couldn't. He needed to use Upheaval. Yeah, maybe they're a bit too aggressive, just feeling themselves too good after game 1. Let's say you have level 3 on Pudge there, and you have Ring of Health. Everything is different. So a lane that should have been very dominant for Radiant isn't so any longer.
Top lane, Oversight, are trying to assert some dominance back onto this Radiant lineup as 9, as well as Ducho. We're diving the tier 1 tower, trying to look for a kill. They don't get it, just go back to farming. Dude, Cry is actually crushing this top lane against Ducho. Doubling up the CS right now. Is doing a fantastic job on this Doombringer. And down bottom, it's not like the Brood is getting massively outpaced by the Pudge, so the advantage does feel very, very nice on the side lanes here. Unfortunately, though, this is all at a cost here. Lizard, look middle. Oh my god.
Yeah,
dude,
that's rough.
Lund is crushing this lane.
Yeah, this
27-10 versus 13-1. My goodness.
Yeah, it's a very volatile lane. Quap can just demolish. Also, yeah, Odyssey has had a lot of games in which he's dominating and a lot of games in which he gets crushed. It's like, I don't know, night or day for him. There is no in between. You know, either dominates or gets dominated. Level 3 Shadow Strike as well, obviously, on mid, so hard for him to stay even in the lane. He's 2 levels behind almost. He'll have to run back home probably again. Bottom lane.
Yeah. Bottom, they are going to try and make this quick jump onto this Pudge. Shido getting ran at top lane. They do manage to lose out on Dead Zone, but Ducho dies for this one as well, as they do take a couple of quick kills on the lip of the river. 2-for-1 exchange. The big beneficiary being Cry from this one.
Quap of Pain has to save the game for Radiant. Like the lanes aren't going well for them. And you saw what happened there, right? Shido again, look. He's gonna die here most likely now.
Yeah, he's gone.
So the problem that they're having is they have no shadow word, and you cannot sustain yourself as Pudge. They like Yambura messed up the skill build heavily. Plus the hooks that missed didn't help, obviously, but if you had a shadow word there, suddenly you can actually rot and stay in upheaval. Trade the hits.
We're gonna get a quick replay of what happened on the other side of the map as we see them able to run down this Death Prophet, the Tombstone zombies, allowing this Undying to get revenge from beyond the grave.
They're diving them top
And
and
now,
bottom.
actually, they're just diving top again. They're going to get the quick kill onto
And
the
bottom
DP
as
at
well.
bottom lane. They're also looking for a kill behind the tier 1 tower. They're getting Shido. Upheaval will buy him some time. And the tier 1 tower doing quite a lot of work here. There is a hook for Shido. And this time around, the hook does get the kill. Lund made the full rotation. And Lund is the one that gets at least some of this gold. All right, nicely done. Justifying the movement to the bottom side of the map. Shido stays alive.
I feel like his TP lasted, it was so long that he didn't even have to join at the end. He just gave morale support, right? Like the Pudge had the Brood on his own. It was fine. But yeah, at least he has the ring now. And realistically, even if you're losing this lane hard, if you get the Vanguard eventually on Pudge, you should be fine.
Yep.
I'm not sure, like we'll see. Maybe Skyward, like he's an amazing Brood player, so maybe he finds a way to deal with this Vanguard, but it's not easy. It's just there are some matchups that are very simple. Lund.
Middle lane. Lund doesn't have enough mana to finish off this kill. Already committed the Sonic Wave. Odyssey though dies to the Shadow Strike. Oh no. Worst case scenario. Dude, he just got back Resonant Pulse. He was gonna get that kill. That was going to be him winning that engagement. Instead, he loses out. Down bottom, they're looking for Shido yet again. This time around, no upheaval to try and salvage his life. So he should end up dead underneath the tier 1 tower. Yanbra
Needs to be
comes
careful
in.
as well. Like Yambura could die here too if they decide to turn on him. But he's full HP, 15, never mind, 15 magic wand charge is not gonna die. But what I really like about Oversight is they're punishing them before the Vanguard. Once Vanguard comes on top lane, Void Spirit TPing in as well.
Void Spirit's coming in, not just for moral support, but to try and get some kills here. They've already brought down Dead Zone, but now here comes the Void Spirit. Aether Remnant connecting onto Ducho. Death Prophet falling lower and lower. No more Siphon charges. Hoping and praying that there's enough regen. Arcane Boots will come out. Steals the bounty rune. # worth. Even if you die, it's fine. There's actually going to be quite a long time before killing spells come out. Dissimulate is now online. And I'm not going to guess right. Got him out of the Aether Remnant. Okay, nicely done. Unfortunately, though, that does mean they're going to be giving away a haste rune. And they might actually turn with this one. They're going onto a Tooth who's falling low. Resonant Pulse comes out, gives Odyssey a double kill. But revenge will be gotten very quickly by Lund, who gets a killing spree for his efforts.
A region rune, right? That's
region rune.
I'm not colorblind. I think that's green. Yeah, that's a region rune. It
worth.
Yeah, worth. They get it. They get a kill as well on the Hoodwink. They lose the Tusk, but at least it's something. Like for SKG, realistically, it's important. It's imperative that this Pudge gets the Vanguard, and he does have it right now. Well, he doesn't have it in the inventory. It is flying out. They might kill him before he gets it. Once again.
Upheaval coming down once more. He doesn't have enough stick charges to keep himself alive. Only has the 8. Here comes the Queen of Pain, though. Sonic Wave from Lund, able to bring down Skyward. But Skyward dies only after Shido. So although they get the vengeance, Shido not going to get the experience from that kill. Being kept still pre-level 6, 9 minutes into the game here, Lizard. So although Lund is having a fabulous time, this Pudge really struggling in this early game.
Pudge struggling.
Does have the Vanguard now, though.
Yeah. I'm not sure why the courier was in the base.
Dead?
Yep.
I think he's dead.
Yep.
Yeah, he's dead.
Why was the courier in the base with the Vitality booster for Pudge? I'm not sure about that though. Like,
I'll tell you about it now. As bottom lane, they're still fighting here. They're looking for the kill onto Pudge. The young sharpshooter only connects onto the Warlock. Skyward gets into the trees, and Lund not going to be able to connect onto this. What happened is that he had it at the secret shop, and then as he died, it was flying in towards him. So he just changed the direction.
No, it was chilling in the base. It wasn't even moving. He just forgot about it, I feel like. For a bit, at least. But yeah, at least he does get the Vanguard now, 10 minutes in. The difference is, at this point, he should be completely dominating the lane. But it doesn't change the state of the game massively. not 100% on this, but Brute shouldn't be able to pressure him any longer.
Well, they're going to try pressure top lane, though, and try force a fight underneath these ghosts. It's a tier 1 about to fall. Snowball will buy some space and time here away from the sharpshooter hit, but they're still going to try and connect onto these heroes. There are 4 heroes situated here. They've already brought down 1. They bring down 2. Chaotic Offering gets dropped down as well. I'm not sure it was necessary, and I think they kill off this Warlock as desserts. Lund, considering making a rotation into the fight, I mean, this is so tantalizing. 4 heroes inside Fatal Bonds. You just got back Sonic Wave. The temptation is high, but Lund will resist and just go back to farming as his team loses a fight in the top lane.
You have to resist your temptations sometimes. You know, they can bring you problems. Miss you, Snare.
But what if I like my temptations?
Well, of course you like them. That's why you're tempted by them. What do you mean? What if you like them?
That's the problem.
What kind of a temptation is it if you don't like it? It's like...
I mean, I'm tempted to play Dota all the time. I don't always like playing Dota.
No, that's a fair point, actually, yeah. You feel you don't like playing Dota, but you do. It's a dopamine hit every single time you start that matchup. It's like,
listen, man, a lot of chemicals go through my brain while I'm playing Dota. I'm not sure dopamine is one of them.
and this is the beginning, right, of the Pudge being this, exactly.
Yeah.
He just pops Rot, he has Vanguard, and he chases the spiders. If you're Oversight, the best play would be to not only rotate the Hoodwink here, but to get more heroes. Like, get 2 or 3 heroes and just take down this tier 1 tower. That would open up the map for Brood.
9 was trying to force them away from this rune. They actually might make a turnaround onto this Tusk. Yeah, I think Tusk is going to die here. Shroud's play. What has he got? Not good enough, unfortunately. Will die, and this time it's not an illusion rune, it's not a region rune, it's just an illusion rune. They're gonna still try force a play here. They do get the kill with the big sharpshooter hit onto the Pudge, Skyward. He didn't get hit, oh he did. Shadow Strike, is it gonna kill him? He should get screamed once if there's enough mana from Lund, popping the bottle. Wants to make sure there is enough, and the tick out will do the trick. 4 points into Shadow Strike, makes it happen. But that's still a 5th death onto the Pudge this early on. The only other core in the game with less net worth is the Void Spirit, who is getting crushed middle. But this Pudge, they did not want this to be happening in a game like this, healers.
Yeah, I feel like it's... I'm not sure which way I'm leaning right now. I do feel that it's very damn bad for them that Pudge is being dominated, because he's a tempo core. Like, you want to have a good lane with him, you want to get that Vanguard Aghanims. He's really not having a fun time with his hooks. I don't think this team is gonna pick him Pudge anymore. I don't, did he connect a single? Maybe, yeah, he did one.
He did the one.
Melee range of Brood under the tower.
And even then, he waited for so long. Like, he thought, like, maybe he's not gonna do it. And he eventually does. Dude, look at this. Who is this boss? Atuf. Shout out to Atuf. Not only griefing the Pudge down in this bottom lane, but planting this Observer Ward. 9 is standing right next to it. It scouted out the full team movement. They know that there's 5 down bottom. And there are ghosts available, so they might pop it for the tower, but OVS has a long time to decide how to proceed from this point. 9 eventually realizes what's happening,
Yeah, Atuf,
but they've now been prevented from getting at least 2 kills here.
Atuf got 7-2-1. Feels good being him.
He's 7-2-1?
Yeah.
What?
It's like,
holy shit.
How does it feel being this good at Atuf and instantly he dies, as we say?
Oh no, Lizard. Why you cast us curse him? Oh no.
I'm sorry, Atuf.
I apologize on Lizard's behalf.
Atuf
got you killed.
Yeah. They do get the tower, they rotate back mid. This is like a nice adaptation from SKG. They realize that the game isn't really going well for some of their cores, so they start playing together.
You know what really sucks for OVS? The game was outside of middle. The game is legitimately supposed to be going quite well. As you see Undying get brought down. Will Odyssey lose his life as well? He actually pops a Haste Rune, looking for a turnaround play. No Aether Remnant to cancel out the TP of 9, but Atuf comes in with a Bushwhack. The Chad plays do not cease from this man. He gets a big kill. Oh no! Void Spirit jumped into a hook dismember. Okay, just dismember. No hook, no hook, no hook.
Yeah, no hook, no hook. He still has it. Let's see. Maybe Hoodwink gets hooked. Oh, that's it.
Oh.
That pause.
Oh, he should have it. He should have it.
No
Wait.
No way.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? She has Scurry. So she could Scurry to the left. If she scurries to the left, she survives. If she goes straight or right, she dies. So let's see.
He's scurrying to the left for sure. There's no way. Even if he moves back into the left, Maybe he gets hooked then, but look at that. Look at this production value, the angle of the hook. Let's go.
You see it
Zoom
like
in on
splitting the line.
let's see
with
the
cheese.
Pudges. Let's see the Pudges point of view now, please. Pudge point of view. There we go. Towards the
Nice,
hoodwink.
okay.
Towards the hoodwink. Turn it around. Turn it.
360?
Yeah, 360.
There we
That's
go.
it.
Or 180 rather, yeah.
He sees. You see how the angles are just not good. They're not there. She just needs to go left.
Keep playing Dota, guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
What you gonna do, Atuf?
Let's see.
You had some Chad plays. Would you go for the triple Chad play?
Yeah.
Oh, Chad
Easy.
plays.
Has fallen.
Easy.
Easy for
Didn't even-
Atuf easy.
Easy for Atuf CC. Scurry, good spell. Well, you're not tragic about having a hero like Voicebird in your team, Lizard. This is a hero that's supposed to be helping you take fights, and the fights have been okay, but what it doesn't do is help you take buildings. And because the Brood hasn't been able to do it just yet, we're 15 minutes into a game, and all three of their towers are north of 50% HP. In the case of the bottom tower, it's almost at 100 right now.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. They needed to really rotate more heroes down bottom and help the Pudge out. Once they did that, they didn't really bring the full force. Doom wasn't there. This time around, they are bringing Doom. Let's see, four heroes coming in.
I don't know if they can take this fight without the Brood anymore, though.
Why
But
not?
they're still gonna try. Odyssey, gonna try go for this. They don't have Cry nearby, so it's a 4v4. 9, gonna snowball onto a Tooth. Shido, just waiting for an opportunity. Who's gonna get hooked here? And Lund doesn't want any of the smoke standing on the edge of the fight. They destroy the tombstone.
There was
Okay, they just TP out.
There was no way for Sand King Gomez to fight this. My dear,
Oh, they don't have chaotic offering.
yeah,
My bad,
my
my
dear
bad,
Monsieur Snare, and they had also
Boy,
BKB
boy.
Doom on Doom. So
Boy, but
Radiant structures are fortified.
when did they use the chaotic offering?
mid, right? Was that the
Oh
usage?
yeah, on the Void Spirit.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I sort of forgot about that kill. Well, pretty big tower take. They get their first piece of real estate on the map for the side of Oversight. And they can now maybe try force a fight elsewhere on the map. They still want to use this BKB Doom like you mentioned. But he's also very content just chilling and farming. Getting closer towards having the Blink Dagger.
Is under attack. Are scanning.
Do you think Doom?
Nice quiet
do you
game.
think? Yeah, very quiet. Do you think Doom carries this? It's kind of.
You know, in a normal game, I would say no. But then he's carrying against a Pudge, Queen of Pain. These are not the heroes I think about completely taking over the Uber late game. So this game, I think he can carry.
Radiant's middle
For me,
tower is under
I
attack.
can see him doing really well. There's one big problem on Radiant that might mess them up, and for me, that's the DP. I feel like the dead profit could also be very massive.
Her help will be needed
No.
because this Pudge is just getting jumped on down bottom, and there's no Warlock nearby. The snowball save takes too long. And 9 not only ends up not being able to get the salvation, but also gives up his own life.
Yeah, it's a really cool build on Brood, by the way. He went for Vessel. So he's single-handedly countering the counter, let's put it that way. And they're also rotating a lot of heroes in. I like this from Oversight. They realized the only way they win this game is if they play around the Brood and they bring forces. And now the Brood, taking tier 2 bottom, can rotate mid as well. You have Doom, you have BKB, you're in a good position.
Very cool spot to be right now if you're on the side of the Oversight. Let's see how much further they can press their advantage though. So
And
they
he
want
hooks.
the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. And he hooks. Hooks and Joyous? Hook and Joyous? Nope.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So how many more do you think he'll land this game for Shido on this Pudge?
Please don't.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I'll just be happy if he continues hooking, you know, because in a game such as this one, when you realize you're a bad hooker, you just stop hooking with Pudge. You feel the emotional damage. Look at the mid lane; they're not even defending the tier 1.
Yeah, he's feeling a little bit under pressure. I guess they want to finish their next round of items. They want the Aghanim Scepter on the Pudge, and they really want this Death Prophet to have Greaves and Pipe. What does Queen of Pain buy? She wears BKB. All right, so once they have these items, they surely will try to take a fight. Oversight might try to go right now, though, because they just picked up Blink Dagger on this Doom. What are they waiting for that's close? Okay, they're about to get a Kaya on the Void Spirit, so I guess you wait for that, then you try to force an engagement. And here's bonus gold coming in from the tier 2 tower bottom.
I do like the BKB, but you are still playing into Doom. You know, you can still get doomed through it. So hopefully Hopefully Lund is aware of that.
Surely just Q Lincoln's next, right?
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, Lincoln's afterwards would be solid. By the way, Doom is keeping critical strike from the Wolf, so he wants to hit hard, right? And he also has a level 3 Infernal Blade, so he's dealing 3% of HP per hit, right? Burn damage, that is. So that's quite a bit when you're fighting into a Pudge.
It's definitely a lot of damage. And it's not like this DP is going to be shy about going in for plus HP items either. We do see them forcing a fight in the top lane. They're going on to this young Hoodwink. She does die. They want to try and take the counter fight here. Lund goes into the BKB. Sonic Wave with the Chaotic Offering drops down. But there is a Doom now applied onto Lund. Will Mine be able to save him? Looks like they're just going to abandon him instead. They do not feel confident. They don't have enough damage. Pudge isn't here for this fight, so they have to retreat.
Yeah, he got the Tombstone in the end, but yeah, that's the problem. Well, that's the problem of having Quap. If you're out of position, if you get doomed, you're just gone. Now, if you're Oversight, the question is, what can you do with these kills? You probably would like to make a play, but you can't. You don't have Doom anymore, and it is Radiant. Radiant strikes back. Exorcism probably in the pit. Let's see. Or if they want to, they can get a fight first.
They have a Blink Dagger on 9 that they want to reveal as well. He just picked that up quite recently. It would be great. Like you mentioned, they do not have Doom on the Oversight. But SKG, somebody on the team makes the call, rather go for the Roche. Get this Aegis into the hands of Shido. He's been having a rough game.
Maybe for Quap as well, if he gets here on time. Or for Shido. Both work. I don't know, I'd rather give it to Quap, to be honest, but it's on them.
I mean, Quap is a better carrier of the item. Just the way that she plays. And she can be like that natural Doom magnet. She can jump in and just be so annoying that she can't get doomed anyway. And they give it to her. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
She's not going for Lincoln's next, so this makes a bit more sense. If she was going for Lincoln's next, maybe you give it to somebody else, but if she's going for Sanj and Kaya, if she has it, she can play more aggressively, get closer to the item. So what do you think here? This smoke that they're coming in from the Oversight, will this yield dividends for them now that Ghosts are down on the other side?
It's hard. What do you have? You have BKB on Doom, but he's not even joining you. So it's... Let's see. They have Brood here. She's pretty big. Tusk is ready to break the smoke, though. He can blink in and
to the
snowball.
Death Prophet.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if DP is the target, though. Blink Snowball comes in onto a Tooth. They should be able to get this kill without too much difficulty. And the rest of the team just forced to retreat.
Yeah.
Is DP really a hero to jump on, though?
I don't
With
think
Pipe
anyone.
Greaves?
I don't think anyone is a hero to jump at this point. Quap has an Aegis. Pudge, you're definitely not killing that close to the base before a response happens from his teammates. Your Doom isn't even smoking with you. He's just chilling, farming on the other side of the map. I mean, he did smoke with you. He just didn't follow you.
Dire's top tower is under
So overall, the play was... I'm not sure. What did they accomplish? They brought a lot of heroes down to the Radiant side, which is okay, but nothing big really accomplished.
I'm also a little bit worried about the itemization on this Doom. You're asking, can he carry the game? He's going for an Octarine core next.
Yeah.
Would like to see a bit more of a carry the game type of item from him.
Yeah, he's...
So...
Yeah, no... you know, the standard Doom carry items like some AC and stuff like
AC or whatever,
yeah, it's not happening, but we'll see. There's a smoke up, there's a blink on Pudge, on Undying.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. And this blink actually matters a lot.
Thanks for the Flesh Heap. 9.
Does.
Also actually finds Cry here. Cry does have BKB, does have Doom as well, but very low to use any of these spells.
There's a blink
Gets
on
bull-whipped
Pudge.
up, slowed down. Pudge has a blink. He lands a hook, Lizard. He did it. What a boss.
radiant structure.
He did it, but they can't fight. They didn't have Dismember. They did force a BKB, which is massive. And Brood is split pushing bottom. So you will have to send someone down to defend this. And yeah, it's the Pudge. When I say someone, it's always the Pudge. Another hook!
Oh, another hook! Into Dismember. Here comes 9 as well. Does he have to follow up? This take B is taking so long, but they will finally be able to get it. The snowball will be there. The Bushwhack connects onto both of them. Sharpshooter almost killed this young Tusk, but they still get the eye shots out. Shido with the blink forward, finding the rot damage. He hooks a Tooth right after Shido gets a kill. He's trying to set up for another one. A Tooth managing to scurry his way through the trees. The blink is going to be on, And 9, his blink doesn't get him to the low ground. So a Tooth will live through this.
Yeah, Atuf used the ulti, I guess, right, to get off. Nice.
I used it earlier. No, he used it to almost kill the Tusk.
Okay, so just Skari movement speed. He has a blink as well on Hoodwink. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, nicely done by Shido. It's his true redemption arc. He got 4 hooks in a row. This man is on fire. He's back. Shido's back.
Guess who's back?
Shido's back again.
Right now, he's going to draw some attention towards himself in the bottom lane. If Cry and Atuf jump him, they will spring a trap from the rest of SKG. But they just want the tier 2 tower. They don't really want to fight an SKG either. This game is nice and even, Liz. It's been going back and forth. Both teams have peaked at different times, but I hate to say it, this itemization from Cry, I think he's going to come to regret it. They just do not have enough damage anymore, it feels like.
Yeah, I'm not sure. All of them are kind of going full utility and...
They're jumping right now. They do get the Doom out onto Lund. It does still have this Aegis for a little while longer. Will it still be alive? Will they be able to take away at least the first life? Cry jumping forward, bringing down the Pudge. Shido is dead. Dead Zone will end up dying as well in the midst of the fight. But Cry really struggling against the Exorcism Ghost as well as this Chaotic Offering. So much damage being done between the Warlock and the DP. They will end up taking off the Aegis. 3 heroes have fallen.
So 3 for 3 in the end, when you think about it, right? With the Aegis taken.
True. But it's like 1 minute away from Aegis coming down. That's not so bad. And they still have Sonic Wave and BKB on co-op, so you can't even re-engage the fight.
I'm not sure why. When he jumped in and doomed the co-op, I was like, yeah, this is terrible. But then again, kind of 3 for 3, you do lose Doom and the Brood. It could have been worse for Oversight. And it will be.
Well, it's about to get worse. Lizard, you need to stop with these cursors, brother. It's very good today. Too strong.
1 point.
And they actually found Void Spirit as well. Odyssey needs to jump away. Right now, very glad for the fact that this is not the old school co-op with the Orchid build. It's the only reason he's alive right now.
Yeah, they're just protecting the ward now. That's zoned. He really wants to defend this, but he might die for it. The Broodlings, actually. Okay, nicely done. Brood Mother kills the ward.
This game has turned, though. There was a point in time where this bottom lane was sieging onto the tier 3 tower, but ever since that death on the Broodmother, the equilibrium has shifted on that side of the map, and they still have their positive advantages elsewhere. They might try to force a fight right now into Shido. Cry. BKB out from him. There's no BKB on the Pudge, but there is still Sonic Wave. Let's not forget there's a Dead Zone falling very, very low. Shido somehow still alive. 9 coming in with the Blink Snowball save. They're going back onto the Doom. Doom tossed into the air, brought down by the Sonic Wave. Lund is on a killing spree. They managed to find the Undying as well. Lund does pop BKB for whatever reason.
A misclick.
Well, can't be perfect. But he's earned a mistake or two, given how he's played these last few minutes.
This game just makes me think, what would have happened if Pudge had a normal lane? If they didn't get destroyed? Because they realistically got destroyed on the safe lane. Where they shouldn't. Like, it should be a winning lane for Pudge, and they lost it. Imagine if they had a good lane. This game would be... Oh, the save. He's gonna die. Yeah. This game would be even easier for Pudge and the boys.
Right now, it's looking pretty easy for them, as they're just rolling from fight to fight, not even losing heroes anymore. Odyssey, man, I don't even know how to feel about this, man. Like, I want to feel bad for him, but he's also playing Void Spirit. This happens like every Void Spirit game, it feels like. And game is just hard. He at least is trying to build into the Aghanim Scepter.
Undying.
But it's so difficult to get there. Undying will just end up losing his life, quickly taken away by Lund, who's now on a young dominating streak. Dude, look at this on this Queen of Pain, 12, 1, and 5, but look at 9, 0, 8, and 17 on this Tusk.
A lot of assists. A lot of deaths as well, but a lot of assists. Shido down bottom kills all the Broodlings. And look at Doom, like he's buying a shard next, so they're gonna have Infernal Blade with a shard.
It's not enough, bro.
I mean, it's cool, but it's cool until Pudge has BKB. And Pudge will have a BKB in a second, right? Like he's about to finish it. So, yeah. It's... I'm not sure. They have 3 cores that are... all 3 cores are semi-cores. They're not truly, usually, the full win conditions. But I agree with you. I think maybe Doom could have been a bit greedier this time around.
Pretty big item does come out from Oversight, though, with this Aghanim Scepter on Odyssey. If they can get it onto the Queen of Pain after she's already used BKB, as well as onto this Pudge, could be very, very useful, but this is a 9-second and a 7-second respectively. It's not difficult. It's not easy to pull off.
It's just that I'm looking at these two teams, and on one side you have 3 cores that are able to dominate the lanes, like the Brood, Doom, not Void Spirit, but Brood and Doom at least. But they've itemized super defensively, so you can't really do a lot post-laning stage. Meanwhile, on SKG, like, well, you have Quap, right? She's itemizing very offensively as well. Kaya and Sanj, AC, Witchblade, like, he's gonna scale. Like, Lund can carry the game. Pudge can carry the game, right? If he itemizes that way. So, just a ton of big things coming for SKG. Meanwhile, for Oversight, they're just itemizing to stay alive. Tusk.
They just got a BKB to help the Brood stay alive as well. As they jump onto this young Hoodwink, Sonic Wave will be able to get the kill onto her. They will be able to get 9. There was a BKB charge coming in from Cry, though. Let's see how much further Odyssey can chase, because they did get the Doom out onto Lund, but the Doom duration is about to end. Chaotic Offering drops down with the Fatal Bonds onto 3, right next to Spirit Siphon Ghost. Oh my god!
Yeah.
The damage from SKG, that combination, Fatal Bonds with all this AoE damage. Dude, with Spirit Siphon, that was actually nuts. That was insane to watch.
Yeah, just a ton of damage. Even with the Doom on Quap, even with her using the Sonic Wave earlier, you just don't have enough. You don't have enough catch, you don't have enough anything through the BKB. And they chase way too deep. Get instantly punished by the Warlock. But yeah, they chased without vision onto the high ground. Blink in from Shido. Like, they are going for the Raxes here, and I'm not sure how you stop them.
That was some wombo combo type of stuff that we got to see there. If Suns fan are still running Dota Cinema, please send him a clip. It's SKG on the high ground right now, looking for a first lane of Rax through this mid lane. You should be able to find it.
Look at that.
And now you're complaining about the early level build from the Warlock? Well, now we're at the point where he has the Aghanim Shard, so the AoE Shadow Word. It's so good. The sustain they have is ridiculous. And Oversight, they still really struggle with burst damage. If they get the hook back onto Odyssey, Odyssey forced to go to the Simulate, Sharpshooter connects onto Lund. Lund blinks out at the last moment, still alive, thins back the Sonic Wave for their efforts. And with the Fatal Bonds onto all of them, Cry just dies to the rot damage from Shiro. Skyward also falling lower and lower. Shido will have Blink in a moment, might choose to go and direct his attention towards one of these heroes in the backlines, just zoning them away with the rot. Lund kept alive by the Shadow Word. Hook lands again onto this Undying. Dead Zone is dead. Yep. Does buy back. And they get a Doom out onto Dusho. There's no more ghosts. 9 still gonna come in with the heal though. Or
into the fountain, let's go.
Let's see how far the snowball goes into the fountain, but he's buying space and time. Do they have a way to get this deny? One more hit, deny him. He doesn't.
They tried.
Straight up kill ends up happening.
Yeah.
But Lund does finish off the lane of melee Rax in the top side of the map. So although they lose 2, they still get a lot of real estate for their efforts.
Yeah.
But this might be a trap. I don't know. Don't chase. OVS, do not be tempted. Do not chase. Do not chase.
I mean,
let them go.
They're fine. They're fine.
Flee.
It's 5 versus 3. Like, you probably won't die there. I mean, you probably would have if you chased for a really long time. But overall, they're in a stronger position. They don't defend, right? The Rax is still full. It's just way too difficult to take down anyone. You also used your Doom, so you will have it. You have Octarine Core, which is nice at this point. You'll have Doom every fight, more or less. But there's Lincoln's, I believe, right? Purchased, by Shido, so you have that.
Yes.
And also you were talking about AoE Shadow Word. It's not only about the sustain. He's got the 15 talent. You get attack speed on Shadow Word. So not Shadow Strike, Shadow Word from the Warlock. The other one, there we go. Yay!
Hey. Wait, don't you get it from the people, right? The attack speed, which is so good.
I'm
Everybody's
crazy.
just hitting.
Yeah, I'm crazy. You get the upheaval from the you get the attack speed from the upheaval, and you get the sustain from the Shadow Word. So very nice.
Thing like a bounce.
By the way, did Shadow Word give you attack speed before? The AoE Shadow Word, it did, didn't it? Am I crazy?
I don't think so. But even if it didn't, you being crazy, you can be crazy independent of not remembering that one.
I mean, yeah, that's just the way it is. It's a default state,
Well, Lund chillin', having access to this Aegis yet again. 14, 1 and 7 on this Queen of Pain. Just sheer dominance. It all started from the mid lane. Odyssey has not had... I mean, Odyssey, honestly, the game hasn't been too terrible for this Void Spirit. 7, 5 and 7. As far as Void Spirit's performances go, this is still pretty decent. It's just the game started from such a back foot for him that he's still dying almost every fight that he fully engages. So it's just very hard to play right now.
Dire's top lane has fallen.
So what do they do, Lizard? They have to play against an Aegis push, potentially the final one of the game. What's the plan here for the Oversight? How do they approach this fight?
Well, you get hooked first, and then you play off of that.
Well, they BKB after they get hooked, but unfortunately the BKB duration won't last too long. They will find the Dismember out. Skyward is allowed to escape. They do find the Doom, but the Sonic Wave comes in from Lunders. This time around, it is not the Queen of Pain that's doomed up, and they do
it's
find
no
that
one that's
kill.
doomed up,
I
right?
think the Doom got popped on the Lincoln Sphere,
Yeah.
unfortunately. So that's going to be that for him. 9. What more can he do in this fight? Shido on the far edge. Nice hook back onto a tooth. Will be able to kill him with the rot damage. Spirit Siphon out onto Cry with all the Exorcism Ghosts. And that's a carry Doom that's just down and out without buyback. Skyward forced back into the fountain. Shido is still alive with all the cores still up. And the AoE damage is kind of ridiculous right now. Ghost will eventually finish though. Let's see what kind of revenge they can find. Shido though jumping right back onto Odyssey with the Dismember. That's a dieback on the Void Spirit.
GG.
And a GG called by the side of OVS. Game 2, clean as a whistle. Wasn't the cleanest game in the world, but cleanest performance ever from the Queen of Pain. And she carries the team to victory to give them the 2-0 sweep.
It's SKG, day 1. Today, wait, they're not confirmed, right? Or they're just saying?
Not confirmed.
Yeah, they're just
yet.
saying. They're
but
just
they
saying.
are. But they can't get eliminated anymore.
Of course, they can't get eliminated. But they're like, 4-0 at the moment. So they're the closest one to Division 1, realistically. So that's why they're congratulating them. Also, St. Gomez, they just feel like the strongest team in Division 2, really. It's just the way it is. Like this first game, Oversight, they like really didn't have a chance. Game 2, they had it. But St. Gomez still outplayed them. Queen of Pain, like you said, just winning that mid lane and dominating from it, creating enough space for Pudge to come back into it. Because that bottom lane, well, damn, a tooth got 7-2 at one point, but it wasn't enough.
Yep. Atuf did everything you could potentially want him to do in that game 2 on the Hoodwink. Really great spell usages on Bushwhack, really great sharpshooters, helped them win the lane, planted some amazing wards, but can't do everything in a game like this. And unfortunately, it's not that side of the map that was the issue, right? That side of the map, perfectly fine. Mid, yeah, game was hard for Odyssey, but you can still envision a scenario where there's recovery. Unfortunately, a lot of these problems also come from you're giving all this net worth towards your Doom. And we've seen time and time again lately that like when Doom is the only one having this much net worth, not able to transition it happily into damage that threatens the entirety of the enemy team. But they're still getting close though. They were pushing high ground at a point. Like if we don't get that kill onto Broodmother that Cheeto TP's downfall, we could be looking at a very different game here where they're still experiencing pressure on the lanes for SKG. But they do, and the game just feels like it turns immediately afterwards.
Yeah, just I'm trying to think if what the proper item build could have been on the Doom. It's hard to even. I guess maybe if you go for. Even if you go for BKB AC, do you think that changes a lot? Like, maybe think.
BKB AC shard. If you went the shard sooner and then goes by.
Listen up. No blink. You go BKB Silver Edge AC. There we go.
Now we're talking.
Now we're
there
talking.
we go.
Suddenly you actually have the damage with the Midas, obviously. I don't know. It's weird. It was a hard game for them to itemize as well because Void Spirit is suffering. This fight there, felt good.
That was just beautiful to watch. Just a rough game overall, honestly, for the side of Oversight. Made even rougher by the fact that they had a decent start to it, but the mid game, they just were not afforded any opportunity to make mistakes. Couldn't even lose heroes. Even this is one of those games where you could make no mistakes and still end up losing, honestly. So difficult time for them. They still put on a very good showing from the Oversight. Despite losing 2-0, I think they should feel much more confident in their ability to beat other teams down the stretch after the performance here. It wasn't perfect, but there were a lot of glimmers of hope coming in from their lineup.
Yeah, a lot of. I mean, you know what bothers me the most, Snare? I'll tell you. They picked their cheese pick. They picked their. They swapped up the roles. Even Skyward played the offlane with the Brood. It's probably their best strategy. they're maybe not the best strategy, but something that they have a player. They have a player who's exceptionally good at something, so they try to switch everything up to comfort that, to put him in the comfort zone, and it still didn't work for them. So I hope OVS they restart, reassemble, rethink what their strats are, and come back stronger in the next game, next series.
I mean, not only did they swap around Skyward and Cry in terms of the lane, but they also told Atuf, bro, go carry this game. And Atuf tried his best on the Hoodwink. Not going to work out for them. SKG, though, shout out to Lund. Definitely our MVP for this one. 15, 1 and 9 on this Queen of Pain. Absolutely crushed the matchup in the mid lane. Looking just super solid. And you know, sometimes you see these 24 picks not necessarily work out in the fashion that the team that went for the hero thought it would. This is not one of those games. They went for this with full confidence. They looked at the matchup. They're like, you said it that he's going to, usually used to see this Queen of Pain counter the Void Spirit. Not only does he do that in the lane, just so throughout the game. In fact, honestly, that one death that he had, if he doesn't get doomed in any of these fights, Lund just does not die. Like, this just doesn't happen. Just gets to get away from all the disables they have on the side of OVS. Pretty much just a perfect game from Queen of Pain.
Yeah, 15, 1, 9. Just dominated the mid lane. I think Queen of Pain is a sort of a hero that if you have a good time in the laning stage, you're just a nuisance. You're blinking everywhere. You're destroying everyone. You just have so much damage. But then again, if you do get picked off once or twice, your whole game can fall apart completely. This just wasn't a game in which it ever falls apart unless he gets doomed every single fight, which was more or less the case. Like, all the dooms that did work were on him. If you remember, he died once in the Doom and died once with the Aegis in the Doom, like you mentioned. So they tried to control the Queen of Pain, but it just wasn't enough.
Nope. Not enough ultimately. So they end up in a situation where they just lose game 2 on the side here of the Oversight. So they're 2 and 3 in the division as it stands. They still aren't out of contention to get themselves relegated, but they're still okay for now. Unfortunately, 3 losses does seem to be the milestone that once you reach it, you can no longer get into Div 1. It hasn't happened yet, but it could still happen at any given time. Of course, the winners of this particular matchup, Sand King Gomez, feeling very strong right now, 4-0. Lizard was saying that they're the closest towards getting into Div 1. And they really, really are. The closest other team is Alpha on 3-1, but when you're 4-0, and not just 4-0, but looking as good as they are right now, I would not bet against Sand King Gomez. I think all the odds we see from esportsbet.io are probably from now on. I would be shocked, Lizard, if there's any other game that has the odds against them, given the form they're in right now.
What did you say? Who's the last game for them? Who's the last series?
Last series they play the cuts. Yeah.
It's fine for them. I can see these guys are Division 1 already.
Well, Lizard is already putting that into the universe. Division 1 for SKG. We'll find out if they feel the same way, as we have Lund joining us for a quick interview, the mid lane extraordinaire from SKG. Lund, thank you for your time. Congratulations on the victory. I'm very curious about something, right? When you came into this division, did y'all think you were going to look this good, that the difference between you and everybody else would be this big?
To be honest, we were thinking we were gonna do a little bit better against some teams. But yeah, I think we were very confident coming in.
We have a slight audio issue with Mr. Lund.
No.
Can't hear you just yet, good sir. By the way, I do love those headphones that you're rocking. Can you hear him?
Yeah, of course I can. Snare is just deaf sometimes. All right. Don't worry, man. I can ask you.
I'm the problem.
Yeah, I can ask you things like, so you actually expect it to be better, but you're winning versus everyone. What more do you want? What improvements do you want to see?
I think we still are figuring out some of the communication issues. We sometimes lose some information, and yeah, we're working on that. I think we can get even better for Division 1. And yeah, we're also kind of nervous since this is our first tour, but I believe we can fix those things and be a stronger team.
I mean, from this perspective, honestly, you are looking like a Division 1 team already in comparison to everyone else that's in Division 2, so it looks... In my perspective, it looks really solid. What happened to the Pudge and Warlock, by the way? What's their excuse for losing that lane?
I don't know. Shiva said he went Bracer and he thinks that griefed the lane, but I'm not really sure. We're gonna watch the replays to see what we did wrong, and we will improve so our Podge doesn't lose lane against that again.
Yeah, probably should watch that. Snare, do you hear him now? Can you ask something?
I hear him now.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear him now. I was the idiot. I was the one that was messing up. My bad on that one. Something I want to do know about your team, though. How did it come together? Because a lot of the names on your squad, I think most people might know of Nine from his stint in the last season of Div 1 in NADPC, but the rest of y'all are somewhat unknown entities. So can you talk to us about how you found each other, firstly, and exactly what the chemistry is like within the team environment right now?
I first met Nine at a Mexican tournament. He was playing in San King Gomez already, but with different players. Then their manager invited me like 3 years ago, but we didn't really take it that seriously, I think. It was just like playing some first blood tournaments and stuff like that. Then we got Martino, which was our previous carry. We also played with him a very long time. Then last season we were gonna play with him and some other players, but we didn't play the qualifiers at the end, so didn't really play much or were in the radar of many people. But this season, since our manager has very good organization, he brought some players. He brought Ducho first, then Ducho brought Shido, I think. Then Jambura just came because he was playing some other tournaments, and we just gelled together. And I guess that's our story.
Okay, I like this tale. Sounds like a young adventure. Everybody just getting onto each other, tagging together. Now that you're pretty much guaranteed, well, you're not going to get relegated. You're probably going to Div 1, the way things are going. If you were already in Div 1, having seen how those teams competed in the first tour, or just in this tour and in the second tour, where do you think that San King Gomez would have finished if you'd been playing in Div 1 instead of in Div 2?
I'm not really sure, but I think we could definitely stay in Div 1. I don't think we can go to the major yet. That's a bit unrealistic, but I think we could definitely give some teams a fight there.
Okay. And one more question for you that I have. A man with such good taste in headphones must have amazing taste in music, so please recommend us an album, fam. Put us on to the wave of Lund right now.
Do you have any genre in particular that you would like a recommendation?
Give me anything. Whatever comes first to
I
mind.
really like Red Burns by Standing on the Corner. That's a really great album, I think.
Red Burn standing on the corner. All right.
Standing on the corner.
All right. I will definitely do so. Everybody at home, make sure that you get that album into your recommend list. Listen to it because given the trajectory of London, the boys, you want to be in first to be able to say, hey, I was a fan before anybody else was. Lund, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on all the games so far. And we hope the good times keep rolling. So we'll speak to you in the future.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for the good songs, by the way. I'm jamming, Pepe jamming to it right now. Yeah.
Oh, jamming in advance. Not only is he crushing lanes, he's going to make sure to crush your speakers as well by putting on some hype there.
I don't have good headphones, you know. It's just these in-ears that are like $5, but... yeah. Nice music.
Be like Lanjo. Go spend the money. Buy yourself some Bear Dynamics. Buy yourself some DTs, you know. It's good stuff. Anyway, now that SKG have yet again dispatched another opponent in 2-0 fashion, they've only lost one game, Lizard, here in Division 1 to 2 so far.
Can't
They're
hear
looking
you,
very,
Snare.
very solid
Can't
for them.
hear you.
Oh no. He's jamming too hard. The jam is too strong. Right now, SKG at the top of the leaderboard. They should have 4 wins, I believe, at this point. Unfortunately, right behind them, Alpha, Tilted Boys, The Cut, all of them sitting on 3 wins, 2 losses for The Cut, and all of them desperately hoping to get the W's so they can close the gap to first or second position. Of course, Ant and the side of OVS are now tied up after the Oversight did end up losing this game. Wait, Oversight should be 2-3. So they're tied with C-Dub at the very bottom. So they are sort of in contention for relegation unless something changes. Fortunately, probably for Oversight, they'll be very happy to know that down the stretch, they will be playing up against C-Dub. So given that both of those teams are tied, it does seem to be the case that that's going to end up being an elimination game when it does happen. And then, of course, later today, we still have Alpha taking on the side of Ant. Lizard, you've been watching all of these games. Tell me what to expect from the final series of the evening.
I'll tell you, I think it's going to be much closer than the first series. That's pretty much my assessment of it.
Hopefully it is a lot closer. Alpha, a team that has been a little bit rough here and there, hasn't always looked to be in 100% best shape. Playing up against a team of Ant who, I've seen some high highs from this team, but their lows are also pretty damn low. It's also a squad sort of full of known entities. And honestly, Lizard, I sometimes feel like as a player who is known, who has a bit of a reputation, it's harder to go into games against nobodies because for them, beating you, win, lose, or draw, they're always winning, right? If they lose, cool, we learned something from a guy who's been around. Exactly. And you have to just sit there being like, God, we might lose to these kids.
No, if you're known and you're playing versus upcoming team, they always get a buff and you get a debuff a little bit more or less because it's harder for you to keep the keep the same amount of hype and respect. Like, let's say yesterday you were playing against Secret, today you're playing versus, I don't know, Spider Pigs. It's not the same. But for these guys, I think in Division 2 right now there are no clear favorites, no teams that should feel like they can just cruise through. So every series needs to be taken with utmost respect and seriousness. Snare.
Yes, seriousness. Furrow your brows when you're playing this game of Dota. So right now we're going to be seeing exactly how Alpha and Ant furrow their brows after a small break. But before we go, I'm sure you've seen flashing all across your screens the different odds of teetering this way and that depending on the circumstances in the game. And those odds are brought to you by our partner esportsbet.io, who are helping us put on this extravaganza of Dota. If you want to also be not just a spectator but a participant in this Dota action, head on over to their platform, join the watch to earn side of it. It's a new thing that they are launching, and through that, for every hour that you watch the games that you were going to be watching anyway, you earn 3,000 tokens, equivalent to about $3. So for more on that and for more bonuses from esportsbet.io, head over to the site, head on over to the watch to earn side of things and find out more about becoming involved in making this region as much fun as it can be. So with that, myself, Small Snare, and the Large Lizard, we're going to take a small break. When we come back, it's going to be a little bit of an extended small break, so go hydrate in the meantime and join us for the second and final series of the day here in the NADPC. We'll see you in about 50 minutes, so go stretch your legs, come back for some Dota, and we'll see you then.
Watch more, earn more. Full TV.
welcome one and all here to some NA DPC action. Division 2 continues this evening as we now move on to witness an incredible series between Alpha and the Ant, another NA team. My name is Snare. I'm joined here by the luscious Lizard. Big Liz, my friend, what's going on? How are you feeling about the upcoming game? You said it's going to be more competitive than the last one. That one was a very quick 2-0. So what's going to be the scoreline this time out?
What's going to be the scoreline? 12-18. We're going to stay here forever. We're going to play this series for 10 days. I don't know what the score is going to be, but do I agree with this? And slightly scored lower than Alpha. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe Alpha are a tiny little bit of favorites, but truly this game can go... I think it's going to go 3 games, but which way it's going to swing, I'm not sure. I couldn't tell. Like, Alpha has had some good games, Ant as well. They've had some abysmal games and they've had some stellar performances. Like, it just depends on, like, what the drafts are like. And, yeah, I think drafts are very important in this series. Like every other,
it's going to be. Yeah. There's very rare games nowadays that in some fashion don't come down to the draft, where you look at the draft and you're like, yeah, this team should just win based off the strength of the heroes they've picked up. So right now, we're going to be seeing how these two teams match up. And one of the things we've seen from drafts of late is just exactly how it facilitates how you play the map, right? That's what the most important thing about drafting yourself a good lineup. Looking at these underlying numbers across the average assists, deaths, and average kills, it would suggest to me that Alpha tend to be able to brawl a little bit more, enjoy playing that style of Dota, and Ant seem a bit more considered. Fewer assists, but also fewer deaths, so it does strike me that they probably just move at once on the map instead of going for like lots of pick-offs instead.
I'm not sure, like Ant, they have a completely different style of play than anyone else. I feel like their carry and their offlane aren't necessarily always their carry and their offlane. They kind of switch from time to time, but we talked a little bit with their offlaner Rush previously. Like, he was talking about it, how he actually was a carry as well. So an interesting thing. But when it comes to Alpha, they had a change as well on the offlane position, and Rises as well has been really sometimes he's been really the outstanding performer. Some of the games that I have seen from Ant, when they carry, that they can really rely on him. So what my point is, I'm just showing random data. It's just noise. You pick it apart. You pick it apart.
I must find the signal within this noise.
Yeah.
Now, we can find the signal, because one of the things that you did mention was that they had a change, and the change came in the form of the offlane player, Satoshi, going to be stood in for by Monster yet again. His comparison versus Ash, who you said, they often change things up. Gymshark, let's go, big guy. The thing that's interesting about these particular players against each other, you can see that Ash is not the hyper farmer. Play what the team needs.
Though. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, he's a big dude. He's giant. Yeah. But you know that Monster is so big we can't even see him on the screen. They couldn't fit him in, so they're like, you know what, we can't even have this guy on here. But seriously though, in terms of like the farm distribution, what do you think? Where do you think the balance should be right now? Because there are some teams that play super greedy with their offlaner, and one of the other teams, they do some very intriguing stuff by playing with a more team-oriented style. Before you talk about it though, we do have to remind everybody back home that one of our partners here to help us put on these proceedings are esportsbet.io. That's where those odds that Lizard didn't agree with come from, and that's where you back at home can join on their platform to go and watch to earn, which means earning about $3 per hour of watching, 3,000 tokens on the platform, and there's further bonuses involved. So go find out on esportsbet.io and become a participant and not just a spectator. So Lizard, back to you as this draft is about to come underway. Tell me about this. How much farm allocation should be had for the offlaners right now for optimal play in Dota 2?
A lot. I feel like the offlaners are farming quite a bit. Like, you have a lot of utility coming from them. It's just like, how do they convert that gold and into what? What's the playstyle? Because for another NA team, like you mentioned, Ash, like, he's been a carry before, so it's not that easy for him to just completely switch. Like, you can play different heroes, but switching up the playstyle is a bit different. Meanwhile, for Monster, I don't think that's the case. This man has been playing offlane quite convincingly on Alpha, so like a little bit of a difference here. On one side you have real cores in real positions, on the other you have 3 different ones, like 3 semi-cores, which isn't a bad thing, by the way. It can still work easily. It's like I've seen it so many times before. You have basically you have 3 semi-cores, but it doesn't matter. If you remember Neon Esports, Thunder Predator back in the day, like even Entity, like half a year ago, they all played
Pure,
3
yeah.
semi-cores, yeah.
I remember. When it works out, it can be really good. And just adds that additional dimension of play. The enemy team not always ready to deal with it. In this draft, let's see how things go though. Alpha had themselves first pick on Radiant side. They go for the Undying as their opening pick as the 5 in the draft. And they respond immediately with Snapfire. That didn't take them long to think about. So what do we pair this with? Treant Protector. What else does a really good job of keeping heroes in position long enough for Morty's kisses to land down?
You have Enchant.
Okay,
Slow them
cool.
down,
Nice.
Mortimer's
Nice and slow.
kisses. Yeah. Not sure, like, there's some nuance between these 4 heroes, right? The first one, there's Enchant. She can take off Flame Guard. That's always nice. Then you have Mortimer's little shredder into the Tombstone. And you don't have any catch on another NA team, so Ember feels pretty solid. Enchantress does have a good time rotating into him on the mid lane. So yeah, it's just interesting. It's interesting stuff. Undying, a really strong laner. Enchantress as well. Enchantress, one of those laners that can play 4 against Undying and still win. So that's something that NA team can do. Like they can pick some Beastmaster Ench and just don't care. IDC Undying, I still win lane. So it's peculiar. Another NA team definitely needs some control in the front line. That's why I was calling for Beast, Mars, anything like that.
Would love Beastmaster. Then you get like you said, the Beast Ench lane. You have just a way to have a BKB piercing disable no matter what. And of course, Undying does absolutely nothing against Enchantress and Beastmaster, so that would be very nice to see from ANT. This Alpha pick team, they pick up this Ember Spirit. I don't know. Every time I've seen lately, the 8 position Ember Spirit picked up in the game, it ends up being an 8 position in the game itself, man. It just struggles so much. The enemy team always has some kind of ways to counter pick him. You have to protect him so much in the draft. You see Alpha already protecting him by banning the Husker, no SF. They might even go the whole hog and ban like some Death Prof. Oh, Death Prof is already gone, thank God.
Radiant team ban.
Even
DP
OD.
gun. Huskar as well, my friend. I think, like, how you said, thank God about the DP. I was like, who are you talking about? Like, it's DP. It's like she's picked all the time, but she's not. By the way, do you like Joker's sleeping cap?
It's
The
alright,
face
it's
mask?
cool.
Yeah, he
It's
has
alright.
Remaining.
tiny little bear. He basically, when he feeds a lot and he's high level, he just puts that on his eyes and goes to sleep. It's true.
Oh, that's hilarious. He's just like, I'm done with this. Get me out of this situation. I don't want to be here anymore.
Pretty much, yeah. Meanwhile, on the side of Ant, do they have anything like that? No.
I guess the Warden... maybe the Warden switches on more lights the better he's doing in the game. So he
Argus
starts
as
in
well.
darkness, then he ends with lots of light, yeah?
Do you like RRL's camera angle? He looks like, I don't know, he looks like a main character.
Yeah, he
Right?
does. I was actually about to say the same thing. It looks like an anime character right now.
Yeah,
It actually
like
looks pretty hot.
he's definitely a main character right here. He's like, if I imagine my mid laner, that's how I want him to look. You know? He's just gonna own. He's in the zone. I don't know.
There we go. He's going to be really matching up against the Ember Spirit, so he has the opportunity to pick the counter matchup. Goes for the DK here. This probably explains the ban on this Ursa as well. This probably plays mid, right? We've seen lately DK matched up here. But interestingly, this is sort of similar to the Tiny and Storm Spirit matchup where over a while the Storms just got better. These Embers have been getting better as well. Lately I've been seeing some Embers even beating the DK middle.
5 seconds.
Like
remaining.
Ember versus DK, I'm not sure he should be winning, but you can even out and then rotate the lanes, right? Like you can go across the map, make some space happen. I think DK overall is just very solid into the Ember, which is weird, right? Like Ember, he is the flame itself. He's the Ember, and then Dragon Knight uses Breathe Fire on him and still damages him. It just doesn't. It shouldn't work that way. Snare. I hope new patch fixes this.
But you see, because DK is able to absorb the flames themselves, his flames come out hotter. It's the flames from Ember plus some extra stuff, man. That's why it's so good.
Okay.
Shouldn't Alpha have picked, speaking of the DK, couldn't they have picked Hoodwink instead of this Rubik? This feels like a really good game to have Hoodwink involved. The double break versus Enchantress and DK, a way to long range cancel out Modi's kisses on the Snapfire, set up for the Ember as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Rubik. You can Fade Bolt, steal Breathe Fire, and then Breathe Fire and reduce a ton of damage. Like, there is that. But I'm not quite certain why the Rubik. Maybe they're expecting some Mars and they'll have a lift out of it. Rubik overall is very popular, is picked quite a lot, and now you have some damage de-amp, damage debuff from the Underlord, from the Rubik together. The lane is strong. I guess that's the case, but overall, is it a good Rubik game? Not necessarily. I'm not sure what you're stealing here. Enchantress, you know, not the best hero to steal stuff from. Dragon Knight, same. The stun will last long, I guess.
Dude, imagine they'd pick Disruptor instead of Rubik. Then you have Disruptor Undying with Ember Underlord. Like, you keep these heroes in position between Pit of Mana's Kinetic Field. Like, you get all the duration on Static Storm. They can't reach the Tombstone outside of these dual spells. Wow, that would have been so nice. Well, we get denied it here. Unfortunately, Alpha will not be giving us the pure magic of Wombo combo-ness. And they'll go for the Leshrac. So that can be mid, that could be safe lane, that could even be off lane, as demonstrated by South American teams. And the same is true for the DK. So similar to the last game that we saw, very versatile draft coming in from Ant at the end of this first or second phase of drafting.
Yeah, very versatile, very aggressive early on. I feel like, yeah, you can switch up the lanes, but you don't have to. You can, not sure how they're gonna do this, like Dragonite on offlane, maybe. Flash on offlane as well is fine. I think it will be Ash playing the DK. I don't know why I keep on calling him Ush. It's just like natural to me. Ush. Yeah. It's how a Bosnian would pronounce that if it's written in Bosnian. But Ash, yeah. So NA team is basically, they have done a similar thing before. They've been playing this draft that is necessary to go fast and you just dominate all lanes. So it can work again. They could round it up with another semi-core, and then you have DK Lash and something else. You just roll across the map. All of these cores or carries that are very strong into our Underlord have been banned out. So your safe lane isn't going to be easy on another NA team.
Another NA team got to figure something out right now. But Alpha, they have to pick first. They're still looking for a carry hero to be played for Rises. TA been banned. There's no Troll. There's no Ursa. There's no Draw Ranger. What else is gone? There's no TB, there's no SF, there's no Nature's Prophet, there's no Slok, there's no Monkey King. My God.
It's just carry. Right. Both of these teams just went ham. In the end, someone is going to have to pick Meepo. Like, everything is banned out.
So what do you pick here? CK, I guess, for Alpha?
I mean, you're playing into Lash, right? Like, and Mortimer's Kisses, like, and Breathe Fire. There's a lot of AoE. But you could perhaps... I'm not even sure. Like, there's just so many heroes banned out.
How about Anti-Mage for Alpha?
How about a Sniper or an AM? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Sniper's
one or the
I like Sniper. Yeah.
I like the AM. There's no real counter to him. Like, you can just chill, pop that Lash once he gets down on mana. It's solid. And it would secure the late game. You don't have last pick, but it couldn't really be countered too hard. If you go AM though, another NA team can Alk. Maybe that would be a problem.
Ooh. They could actually Alk you and then just overrun you. Do either of these teams want Faceless Void? I mean, they could both play it, I guess. It's not like the worst amount of damage into the bubble.
It would be solid, like a setup for Mortimer's Kisses. They go with the Sniper. Sniper or AM, we said, right? Like, so one or the other, they get the Sniper. I think if you're another NA team, you just suck it up, you go Spectre. You kind of lose the lane, but you win the game eventually. I think that's a solid option for you.
I like Spectre. I do like that Alpha have so many ways to just keep reaching Sniper. It's going to be so difficult. PA, I'm just worried about PA into Underlord. Like the damage reduction hurts for quite some portion of the game. Eventually you get over it, but just doesn't feel good. And I do want them to have another hero that feels strong as soon as they get BKB. I guess that is PA as well. She goes Deso BKB. But then I don't think you win the lane versus Underlord, just farm with Dagger. I like the Spectre more, but they might go PA actually, because at least when you can find Sniper, he dies instantly. Oh, we forgot about the Water Boy. All right.
The Waterman, yeah. The Water Boy. I mean, it's a good is it a good Water Boy game into an Underlord? Like, it is. Like you can morph into Ember, you can morph into Undying, right? Like there are some good things here. Even taking away the attack speed later on from the Sniper feels pretty damn good. So overall, I think the Morphling is solid. Both of these drafts, they have their positives and negatives. One negative for another NA team is they have no way of initiating before the DK gets a blink. Yeah. So it's hard for you to actually start things off. For Alpha, they don't have those problems. They have the Ember. Do they have a Vessel Builder for Morph? You don't need it. It isn't that necessary. I think you can play the game without it. I think maybe I'm leaning slightly towards Alpha. They have the Sniper into Leshrac as well. They can defend towers. I think their draft is maybe slightly stronger, but any team, they could play the tempo and win.
I think for me, it all comes down to, it's one of those games where it's all a Water Boy performance. If Water Boy comes good, it's one of those games I can envision him in the fight, stealing like the Ember Spirit form, getting like some slight chains down, using that to set himself up for more damage, moving in and out of the fight. They don't have that much lockdown on Alpha. They have what? Searing Chains, Lift, and the Pit of Malice. He has Manta Star that he's going to buy, which covers at least 2 of those spells. And, you know, he can just easily just buy himself a Lincoln Sphere if he's afraid of being lifted all the time. So Ant has not been doing as well as Alpha, but I think this is one of those drafts that can enable them to win if Morphling has a good time early. I anticipate everything else should be fine for them, but if Morphling has a decent time early, I could see them winning this game. And I'm worried about the fact that if I look at this draft on the side of Alpha, I don't see that much out-and-out burst. There's like Ember Spirit and some sniper damage, but Morphling, if he gets enough items, he's going to have a hard time dying this game, I think. So let's see. I am very happy to report that there's no Nagas, there's no Broodmothers, there's no Tinkers, there's no Techies. This is just going to be some fun, good Dota. So let's get into it, Lizard.
Yeah, I think both drafts are, like I said, they have their positives, ups and downs. And I think both teams can easily aim to win this one. So it's all about the execution. I like, if you ask me which draft I'd like to play more, I couldn't tell you. I think it's like you said, if Morphling has a good game, he can get on top of Sniper later on. Then again, you're playing into Lash DK, your whole map might collapse very early on. But then again, versus that, you have Firestorm, you have Ember to play with, and just completely negate your early aggression if he has a good time. Yeah.
I've been seeing a lot more of this Underlord hero. What do you make of this guy? Like the big beefy monster, the abyssal Underlord.
He's not really played a lot. Right? Yeah, he's not played a lot right now for a reason. But into the zoo, I like him. Into any sort of a push, I guess I like him. And perhaps that's what's good about him in this game, right? You can play your own lane, and then when the push comes from the DK from... Oh, they're not...
Wait. They're not going to get 3 bounties and a first blood. Oh my god, he actually went back for a second.
And another one.
G? Is he dead? I think he's actually going to die. Dude, they got 3 bounties. Actually got 4 bounties. No, just 3. Okay, and a first blood. He actually juked them. What? What? Lizard, but they had him in the pincer maneuver. Why did they go all in? Why didn't one of them just wait on the sides? Oh my god. Game is hard. Oh, he's going to D-ward on the way out. What a player Feeling G is. He's feeding himself right now after those jukes.
Yes. I mean, he did juke, and that's kind of good. You stay alive. At the same time, you literally lost all your region going into the lane. So I'm not even sure if it feels that great, but at least you're an edge. You can go for heal, right? And you'll be maybe able to stick around in the lane. You need to bring as much region as possible as soon as possible.
They're actually gonna try and maybe go onto her right now. She's falling quite low. Couple more right clicks plus a fade bolt still guarantees the first blood. Joker picks up the kill onto Feeling G. This is even worse. It's one thing if you just find yourself in a situation where you survive, but not only do they get the kill, they get it on first blood, and they get the bonus gold for this Rubik. So we've seen what can happen when these carries. You have the assistance of a carry support as well, who starts off the game in very excellent fashion.
Like if he at least lived long enough to buy some region, that would have been maybe a little bit better for him on the bottom lane. When it comes to bottom lane, that's my observation. When it comes to top lane, the Warden, he needs to creep skip as much as possible. Your DK is not gonna have fun into an undying sniper lane.
He's actually dead. They haven't. Oh, he didn't change. I don't know about this one. He had access to the Windlace. He has enough mana for another decay with the Mango, and they had the vision on the high ground. But I guess he's not really doing, like, it's good enough to just zone him right now, right?
Snapfire has sticks and Fairy Fire. He can
she
jump
only
over.
Had, no, she didn't have a Fire Snap at level 1. She only had the Scatter Blast. Like, the time it takes her to turn, you hit her with the... Because one decay, she turns, you hit her twice, she should die. I don't know. But it's fine. It is chilled. How do you feel about how this mid lane is going right now? This matchup,
Quite
very
even,
fun to see. Leshrac versus Ember. Very, very even, though.
Very, very damn even. Okay, Lesh Ember, I feel like if you're evening it out as Ember, you're feeling pretty damn good. You can rotate across the map, while Lesh is a bit more static. So that's good for you. Overall, Dire really enjoying their lanes. Ash. Like, I love that they're owning. I love it for Alpha. I mean that they're owning Ash because he's the one that he needs to have a good lane. That's how I feel. For Ant, he always needs to have a good lane. And even if it's not Ash, like any DK player likes to have a good lane so that you can be a nuisance later on. You want to get level 6, maybe a Meteor Hammer. You don't have to have a Meteor Hammer. You can get like Blink, BKB, whatever.
I mean, if he's not the one blinking forward, who's the one that's making those forward-reaching movements from the side of Ant, if not for him?
You buy Blink on Ant, you blink in and enchant.
There we go. These are the plays that I like to see. Speaking of Enchantress, doing her best to just guard up Argus. Might actually die for her efforts, though. Firestorm, so much damage. And they're not going to chase her beyond the tier 1 tower. But they're just going to keep a beat on her. Oh, she's actually going to die now. Joker has Fade Bulk level 2. This is a dead Enchantress. They're going to give the kill to Monster.
The creeps,
maybe
they betrayed you.
They did. The creeps did not allow him to live there. Is Argus... Okay, Argus should be fine, right? He shouldn't die. He should be okay.
That's at least a positive, right? Your Morphling is... I mean, even he is not really free farming, only 15 CS, right? So your lanes on Ant... This is not really what I expected. I expected a better laning stage. The Warden might die even. He's taking a ton of damage here on top.
Might find himself getting brought down. One more right click might be enough, but also middle. They're looking for RRL. So one hero survives top. I'm not sure if the next one will survive. Joker, he's not going back in just yet, though.
Why did Sniper move back? I didn't understand. I thought he had him. He got a bit afraid when DK approached. Maybe he didn't want to miss a last hit or two.
He was being merciful, though. Maybe that, is it? Yes.
That's Snare the Merciful. That's you as well in Dota. I've seen your games. You just want to spread love. That's it. That's why you're bad at Dota. You just want to be nice to everyone, you know?
That's why we end the game like... I only tank deaths, you know? I end the game 0-20-0.
You're a witch doctor, you know? You just go for healing, and that's it.
Dude, Witch Doctor is really fun to play, though.
He is. He's... right now, with all the amp heal on the offlane, it's cool.
Speaking of offlanes, Ash won't be able to save the Warden this time around, I don't think. Well, he does, actually. Dude, Rises does not care about damage onto heroes. He is all about that dollar bills right now. Farm is the priority and nothing else.
I mean, a true carry, you know? If you can get kills early on, it doesn't matter. If you can get kills later on, oh my god, the amount of damage. 12 decays from Ash just gets nothing. No HP there. At least Dragon's Blood heals him better, right? Because he has less strength.
That's a silver lining if I've ever heard one.
I mean, you know, you have to work with what you've got.
That's hilarious. Very slow early game for the most part. Not as bombastic as what we saw in the first series of the day. Everybody just chilling, farming,
I mean, it's...
trying to get their net worth up.
I wouldn't say that Ant is chilling, but... I'm not sure what happened. They didn't block the small camp as well, so they weren't really able to creep skip constantly. Undying even pulled to the small camp a couple of times. It sounds like a small thing, but it really isn't. It just completely ruins your lane.
I think it's much more difficult than it would have been otherwise. So, and something to study when they look back at the tape of this game. Yet again, we see Warden and Emp. How are they always around each other? They're trying to set up for a kill here. Soul going in with the Remnant will find the Sleight of Fist from the low ground and finish off the kill.
Yeah, a lot of
and they're gonna maybe
lost.
steal some of this. It's only a very small stack, but they either might steal it or go back for the kill. And then make the decision that his time is up. I think they should be able to find this kill, but
Run,
they'll have to commit
Dragonite.
for it. Okay, DK, can you get out, my friend? Dude rises. Come on, we need your damage, my friend. The creeps will still be there. Ash needs some assistance, and he gets it from the Warden, who comes in with the Fire Snap Cookie and the rotation from Feeling G to ensure that they keep the DK alive and bring down the Undying. The Lava Farm ended up in a situation where Undying dies, maybe unnecessarily, but at least they clean up Feeling G on the way out for Soul.
Yeah, if they just use the Tombstone to farm the stacks, I think that would have been probably better for them, you know, a little bit safer of a play. But, you know, you get greedy a bit, you want to kill that DK, you get punished for it.
I think Lesh is dead. RL? RL? I think he's dead IRL, and that's it. One more slide, huge amounts of damage with the double damage rune on Soul. That's a pretty big deal. He's the most farmed hero by quite some distance on the side of Ant. Him dying like this can't apply pressure to the tower.
You know what the
Just have
problem
to
is? Like,
watch.
you can't leave the top lane as a support, you can't really leave the bottom.
Oh my god. Is Feeling G just dead? Yep,
He is.
2-1, slight dead.
So
Just on
basically,
the edge of the range.
you know why he died, right? He went in to try and disenchant or dispel the double damage from Ember.
Yep.
That's basically...
But unfortunately, they have level 3 Fade Bolt. They've got 3 points into Sleight of Fist and 2 points into the bowler, so they had a way to kill him. They might actually have a way to kill down this Ember Spirit. Soul, though, survives till the very last second, does eventually die to RRL, but RRL dishing a lot of damage. Dark Rift from Monster comes in from the other side of the map to ensure they win this fight. It's 2-for-1 for now. Feeling G trying to destroy this Tombstone. Will he be allowed to do so? I don't think so. Dark Rift back for Monster. He goes all the way back home. And EMP denies the tower, but might actually die here to Feeling G. Only 1 point into Impetus though, so not enough damage to chase him down and kill him.
You definitely see some kills that aren't gonna happen, you know? You're like, I see dead people, but you don't have the seventh, sixth sense, whatever.
I just like seeing heroes get brought down, bro. It's fun.
I see. I mean, everyone does. Yeah, Ember so far, definitely the one that's creating the ruckus in the game. Like, you're in a problem if you have to rotate literally everyone on the mid lane to protect your Lash.
Yeah.
You know, it's a bad position to be in as a team. So Alpha definitely having a huge advantage early on.
Yep.
They don't necessarily, like, basically it's on Ember to have a good game and create plays for them. So it's really important for Alpha to have this good of a start on him.
Argeus, speaking of good starts, is starting to get a better one for himself on the Morphling. Picking up his net worth. Just had a spell stolen away from him by Joker, who takes away the waveform. But eventually this Morphling will come right. Building Manta style, which is going to be oh so helpful versus these heroes on the side of Alpha. And they just need to make some more space for him. And I mean, for now, they still have all their towers, right? We still need to see Alpha with this 3-hero rotation down bottom. They should be able to take that tier 1. And Rises might be in danger here. Fortunately for him, though, they don't have the Morphling nearby, so the hero that moves forward quickly won't be able to catch him.
Yeah, he should still probably TP out. They have Mortimer's Kisses. If they go on him, he's dead. Even if Enchantress just finds him, so He's still sticking around though. He wants to. Yeah, it's a bit greedy. Mortimer's kisses.
Morty's kisses will rain down on him. Reinforcements are coming though as they bring in both Joker and Soul. Ash is the first person dead and gone. Feeling G gonna get taken out next, and towards the north of the fight, the Warden allowed to TP out. Joker didn't have the secondary telekinesis. But
Nice
they
punish.
take the tower bottom, they dark rift to the top lane, they protect the tier 1, and they manage to keep Rises alive throughout all of this.
Yeah. They went on him with the Mortimer's kisses, but without any sort of a setup. I expected some setup. Morphling.
What a boy! Oh
Nicely
god.
done by Soul. He got there just in time to root him so that the Pit of Malice roots him again after.
That's why you need the Manta style. That's why he's rushing it right now. He understands how much his life's in danger if he doesn't have a way to deal with these steering chains. And speaking of those chains, RRL gonna get chained up in the mid lane. He's actually going to die as well. And getting completely run over in this game number 1 here, Lizard. 2 to 12, 12 minutes in. The gold lead, not that substantial, only 2k in favor of Alpha, but the movements on the map, it just feels like Alpha is controlling everything right now.
Because they are controlling everything. I'm not sure. Your lanes definitely shouldn't have went this poorly. Your top lane is probably the biggest issue for Ant. Enchantress mid. I'd be dead again.
Bye-bye. Bye. Bye.
Yeah. They're falling apart, really. They're just feeding kills. They need to recover, regroup somehow. Maybe smoke up once DK is ready.
They're gonna try and make that recovery happen. Oh no, we're losing Morphling. Morphling's dying. The rest of his team are moving on to the Underlord in the top lane, but it's of no good to the squad if they lose their big carry. They will end up losing the Undying, or the Underlord rather, on the top side of the map. The Water Boy still alive. Joker looking for him. Does have the damage with the stolen Split Earth. Damn, your team's own spells are bringing you down. So yeah, Ant make a big movement to the top lane. They bring down Monster. They get a tier 1 tower, but losing the Morphling, that does not feel worth it at this stage of the game.
It definitely doesn't. Mid lane, there's a stun. Mortimer's kisses. This
Yeah,
was too easy. Yeah,
Yeah.
this was too easy. They need to... they need to punish this at least somehow. Ember is rotating in.
Dude, is Undying soloing this Dragon Knight by himself? Yes, he is. With the help of Joker, they actually end up getting a mega kill streak into the Rubik's hands.
Wait,
Monster,
this-
they came in with the Dark Rift.
Please don't say this Undying. This is EMP Undying. Okay? This man got a rampage the last time he was playing with heroes.
That's true. I need to show the proper respect, actually. Put respect on EMP's name. He's out here doing Undying things. Only having died once, so definitely living up to his name. This game's starting to feel really difficult here, Lizard. Like, they're still far away from the items that are crucial. Need time for this Manta style. We do have the Blink Dagger coming up soon for Ash, but without this BKB for RRL, I do not feel comfortable with them going for fights right now.
You just have to somehow regroup, wait out a little bit. You need something on Morphling, something on the Flash that's not only the Bloodstone. Maybe with the Manta you'll be able to fight a bit. You can see that he went for Ring. I suppose he was thinking about Linken's first, but this ain't no Linken's game. You need to get rid of all the roots. But your main hero, the main on Ant, still is the Dragon Knight. Like, you need to play around Ash, god damn it.
You know, when you say Ash like that, it reminds me of Usher. So now I'm going to think of him as Usher every time I see him.
He is the Usher. He's the main character of this team, and he does have the Blink Dagger, so you can actually he can actually set up the Morty's kisses.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It is a problem that they are a little bit blind on the map right now. They do have this one Observe Ward that did just got out Ember TPing out, but for the most part, they can't necessarily see who their targets should be. They smoke up now. Looks like Alpha has a good read on this. Look at him on the high ground. He breaks the smoke on the 2, setting up into a 2-hero Pit of Malice. Make that 3. They've already lost 1. No, he's still alive. Does manage to get away for now, but will eventually die. Next to fall should be RRL, joining his compatriots in the fountain. What a smoke break from EMP. What a Pit of Malice from Monster. And what a team fight from Alpha.
Yeah, using that ulti as well. Go back, heal up, move back into the game. Continue the pressure. Like, they're just healing up and getting resources way too fast. If you're Ant right now, you just can't respond to this pace.
Yeah.
Even with the blink, even with everything. Not this mini dragon from Rubik is being a bigger problem than Ash is.
Ash right now
Is under attack.
does have the Blink Dagger like you mentioned, but hasn't been able to utilize it just yet. Erstwhile, his counterpart on Monster has the full mech. Greaves coming not too long from now. Vanguard, Cloak, very difficult to bring down.
Radiant's bottom
And of course, Joker still has the Elder Dragon form and gonna use that to push the tower. That's funny.
bottom tower.
Yeah, it helps. Every little thing helps, right? So they use it. And you can see the tent right now. They're just hugging S4, holding hands, waiting for Morphling to perhaps bail them out of this situation that they're in. They're 5k, 16 minutes in. It feels like it's worse, right?
It
Doesn't
does, yeah. Really does. I think it's because the next round of items still don't guarantee that they win fights. They get this Manta on the Morphling, so he can get out of at least one of the routes. And they're gonna get this BKB for Leshrac eventually, but he's still not that close to it, so... We do not feel like this 4k gold lead is indicative of just how strong Alpha is at the moment. They will come across feeling G, but it's an inch. He just gets back for free, it's fine.
Is he feeling or feeling G?
Surely that's a feeling G, right?
Right? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. If they win, we'll ask him. If they lose, well, I guess we get to decide for him until he comes
I
on.
am Liz Z-Ard as well, just so you know from now on.
Oh, Liz Z-Ard. Nah, but you lost too many games on Ledge. Sorry, bro. So,
Enchantress.
getting the
Trying
forward
to-
jump onto Feeling G. Should end up getting the kill onto him as well. As despite the untouchable, there's ways past it. Will they be able to chase for more though? They want the water and they find him with the slide chains. Ush, he has Blink Dagger, but he still doesn't have BKB, so he needs to watch his positioning here. Just has to watch as his ally falls. Nothing he can do about this. And this game, it feels like Alpha is just killing them for fun right now. They're just padding stats. Not even making any big pushes. Joker just flapping around with Elder Dragon form. They're having too much fun, Lizard. They're not hating the game, dude. 4-21 is the scoreline right now.
They had this similar combo with Ember and Undying. They played it before. Same build as well versus Lash. The corrosion into... on Ember, not on Undying. The corrosion into Blade Mail, into Mage Slayer. Like, it works really damn well versus him. Versus Snapfire as well, I suppose. But one thing that they don't have is they don't really take objectives super well at the moment unless they clean you up completely. So that's perhaps a silver lining for Ant. They should be able to hold for a significant amount of time for this Morphling to perhaps come online.
The Morphling's net worth is not too far behind either. Does have the Manta. Trying to finish off the Lincoln Sphere right now. You outlined that he went for this after the Ring of Health. If he gets both, feeling a lot safer in the midst of these fights. We'll probably still need BKB as well. So a lot of items you need. Probably still need a Scardia afterwards. Arceus definitely has one more item syndrome for this game, but eventually that gets cured. But Alpha want to make sure that eventually never arrives as they smoke up. Moving as a 3-hero gank unit. They come across feeling G. Ant will take this. There's also Tombstone committed for this one. Another thing that you mentioned, because they don't have a good time taking down buildings, they're also not the fastest Roche takers in the world. So if you only kill a low priority target like Ench, you can never get Roshan in this game.
Yeah, I think you... Nice deny by EMP. He didn't let the Mantas kill it, like the illusions. They could have taken Rush with the Tombstone, I feel like. If they really wanted to, they could have done that, but it would be a bit dangerous. You don't want to put the sniper in the pit to just right-click it away. What does the sniper have so far? Rises, my man, on the sniper. He's got no BKB yet, so once you get that BKB, you're safe to push, you're safe to take Rush, you're safe to do whatever, but before that, it is kind of dangerous.
Radiant's courier.
BKB is certainly a needed item. Dude, Warden, can you just catch a break? The killer's courier that has the Aghanim shot on it. So now we will not be having the upgraded Fire Snap cookies. And we'll see how much Alpha can get out of this mid push. Just slowly pushing it down. You know, earlier when you were talking about the Ember's item build, in my mind I was trying to imagine a game where I had a Blade Mail, Orb of Corrosion, Mage Slayer, Undying. But right now, Ash jumping onto the Sniper. Sniper doesn't have an Aegis, remember, doesn't have a BKB either. He's gonna try to get himself away from the fight. Ash though couldn't get the final kill, and he will find himself brought down. The space was bought by Soul and Monster with the Pit of Malice and the Searing Chain respectively to create an area that they could not bypass on the side of Ant. Enables Alpha to take the fight not even losing a solitary hero, and still keeping some of their ultimates in tow as well.
Yeah. It's like you went on the high ground, which is warded, and you do get a good jump on the sniper, but you needed more. You needed the Morphling to be around to jump on him at the same time. If you wanted that kill, you didn't have him, so yeah, unfortunate for Ant, but you can't really ask for a lot when you go uphill like that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They did not get what they were looking for. Now they have to content themselves with trying to play elsewhere on the map. Joker just trying to be a small nuisance to Argus, and reinforcements are inbound. Soul is here. Oh, Manta's on cooldown. He can't get out of these roots. Oh, no. Will they be able to kill him, though? He does waveform away. 10 seconds until this spell is up. Stolen adapter strike. They throw it back onto the Morphling. This might enable him to be in death's door. He does pop the magic wand, gets off the Manta, but it's not enough.
They smoked up.
Reinforcements are inbound, though. They're going to try and get some counter kills. EMP does drop the tombstone before he dies. Snapfire is there, though, so they can clean it up really, really quickly. And so getting the huge amount of chain to allow Risers to pump in the damage from afar. They've already gotten 1 kill. Assassinate makes it 2. And they just quickly zap down the Snapfire to make it 3. Everybody dies except for Ush, who very fortunately for him was not involved in that fracas. He managed to get out. Nobody else did. That's 4 heroes dead, Lizard.
Yeah, like instead of just letting one Morphling die and call it a day, right? Like you try to get something out of it. I don't blame them. Your carry just died. You smoked up. You were late. They used a lot of their spells on him, so you're thinking, yeah, maybe we might be able to fight, but realistically, if you don't connect Dragon's Tail and Earth Split, you probably aren't killing anyone. You just don't have enough control, so they just get turned on. By the time they killed the Tombstone, they were all on 20% HP.
Yep. Well, they're taking the Aegis right now. It's not the fastest in the world on the side of Alpha, we spoke about it. But still a very dangerous jump from the side of Ants. They throw in the Morty Skitzer, so they might get the Roshan kill, but nope. They don't get anything. And it's way too dangerous to attempt the jump right now. So Alpha have an Aegis in the hands of Risers. He just picked up a BKB before that as well. So BKB, Aegis on the sniper. Not that far away from a Sanjin Kaya for this Ember Spirit. And Monster also getting inordinately large. This game feels very scary, Lizard. Talk to me about some plans, some counterplay options that Ant has at their disposal right now. Of course, one of those plans will not be losing Ush, but despite their intent, it happens anyway.
What are your plans? Sniper has a BKB. Your plans are to grab your hands together, pray to Gaben that they don't push before your Morphling comes online. And then perhaps if you initiate with DK, you can blow up the sniper. Like the sniper is always the target you can blow up. He's kinda at least squishy, but 4 minutes left on that Aegis. This might be tier 3 down bottom and the Raxes.
Yeah. Well, you're saying they need to try and pray that this push doesn't happen? Looks like Gaben's not answering any of their prayers right now. He's on a call somewhere else. Mid lane of Rax will fall. Bottom lane looks to be in jeopardy as well. These heroes are super tanky. They have Greaves already on this Underlord. They actually jump forward right now. Joker gets himself in a dangerous situation. He's actually just baiting them outside of the base. Rises. Still going to be focusing on getting some of the damage out. Goes forward to bring down the Enchantress. Feeling G is dead. Didn't even need the Assassinate. Rises, relax. It's only a game of Dota, my friend. Oh my goodness. They Dark Rift as well for anybody that needs to top up. So Joker, he takes the first trip. Everybody's okay in the mana and HP department. Joker also finds a lift onto Ash. That's a dead DK. And with no buyback on the DK Lizard, I think this game, we should be seeing the golden letters come out soon. One more fight, maybe. RL, well, he has a golden buyback, but we need to see the golden G's, man. This is done.
Yeah. A little bit of flame there from Monster. But maybe no golden G's yet. Your Morphling is still farming, he's still not dying, right? You have one side left. And I have seen some ridiculous games in NA Div 2 in which a Morphling just makes the game even after a while. Is this easy for him? I really don't think so. And his teammates need to stop dying.
Unfortunately, that is a challenge level beyond impossible at this moment in time because Alpha just not stopping with the aggression. Always catching multiple heroes. Soul on point with his Ember Spirit. 10, 1, and 20. Crazy performance from him on the Ember.
When did he
Really
die?
putting the
I
screws onto Ant.
can't remember when he died.
When did he die, actually? That's a very good question. That is a very
well.
good question.
It was insignificant. I guess that's the answer. But here we go. Smoke up. Did the Morphling finish off the Scuddy at least? He did. Okay.
He did, yeah.
This is the play, right? The attempt.
So this is the final play, potentially. He waveforms forward. Argius goes onto the Sniper. Sniper dead to right. No, still alive for a moment. But will lose his first life. Soul in the meantime, though, they're trying to bring down this Morphling. Morphling falling very low. He gets off into the Strength move long enough to be able to escape away from the fight. RRL drop down the Split Earth, but will still end up dying to a stolen Split Earth from Joker.
Where are they going?
As they get all these kills, they Dark Grid forward. They're going closer to the base, but that just sets them up for a Split Earth. What the hell is happening right now? They've lost Undying. Monster can't Dark Grid back because he gets caught in and brought down by the damage, but Joker, stolen Split Earth, drops them into the Pit of Malice, enables Soul and Rises to get the cleanup here. And despite some hella clowny plays from the side of Alpha, Ant still do not have the strength to resist them, and they have to call GG game 1 in favor of Alpha.
Okay, that was a little bit of a BM, a little bit of hype. What's it called? Underlord's Gateway, man. Like I can't even. My brain just fogged completely. It was a little bit of a BM, right? Going under the fountain, but it didn't really matter. They were winning it super hard. You could see the way Sniper died in the end, right? Like he died super fast, but he has Aegis, and at that point in the game, you are just too far behind to actually accomplish much. I'm not sure. The top lane, look, you can lose the safe lane, you can even out the mid lane, but if that's happening, you at least need to do well on top, and they didn't. Like top lane was probably the hardest for them. Undying just single-handedly dealt with these two strength bosses.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did everything in his power. Just played immaculately, honestly. And I think one of the big things about this game as well is Soul, after he started getting enabled, he's just everywhere, man. There's nowhere on the map that any hero felt safe. You're always wondering, man, is a slight change gonna come out of the trees here? Only dying once in this game. It was that fight middle that I'm like early on in the game, but like you say, relatively insignificant. These initiations from afar, man. This game is just way too difficult ultimately for the side of Ant. And they were relying on this Morphling. We spoke about him in the early game, that this is the guy that has to carry his team to victory, but unfortunately just never arrived.
And never arrived. He did arrive, but it was a bit too late. And I don't think you could ask more from him. He was keeping up with the net worth. It was just the problem of his whole team being wrecked by the time he came online. And it's like, yeah, Morphling is a hero that can sometimes join the fights a bit earlier, but at least you need to be in more or less an even scenario, so that you know if I'm joining the fights, at least there's a chance that I'll stay alive and, you know, fight afterwards. The problem was his teammates were dying so much that even if he joined to try and help, he'd probably just feed with them, right? There was just way too much domination happening from the mid lane, from the off lane, but yeah, the Ember was, I believe, the biggest issue.
Ember is certainly the biggest issue for the game. And it's one of these situations where this is the second time today, Lizard, that you and I witness a game where the enemy team or the team that loses winds up without even a single BKB on the lineup. Very rough time, very difficult game for them, and couldn't make this victory happen. And although Soul did put in a absolutely masterclass performance on this Ember Spirit, do we not shout out our boy Joker here, who was quietly having a phenomenal game, Lizard? 14-0-17. He has more farm than every hero bar the Morphling on the enemy team. He kept stealing Split Earth. He actually brought down towers with stolen Elder Dragon form. I feel like he also did, but like phenomenally. He had an incredible game on this Rubik, very quietly as well. Didn't have to like steal any big flashy spells. Didn't steal like some massive Morty's Kisses or anything like that. But just the quiet spells he did steal, there is only on his team, right? He did more damage than all the other heroes except for the two cores, you know, almost as much damage as Rises actually did, and more damage than RRL did on his Leshrac. So, you know, we've seen so many of these Ember Spirits pop off and look amazing, but Rubik games right now to perform like this, I think that definitely deserves a young shout out.
Oh, for sure. Like you were mentioning the splitters, Earth Splitters, like they're The spell is probably not probably. The spell is great still on Rubik because it's instant, so it's much easier to land it. But it wasn't only that. He had so many mini spells that he stole throughout the game. In every single fight, there was something stolen by him that made a difference. So really, really nicely performed by him. Good Rubik performance. Yesterday he went 0-12 or something in a 20-minute game. And this time around he goes 14-0-17. This guy maybe was tired yesterday. Today he's certainly not.
Yeah. Today he certainly leveled up, showing us his prowess on this Rubik, demonstrating to us he's like, psh, pick Disruptor, pick Hoodwink, who needs it? Let me just pick this Rubik. Let me show y'all why I'm so excellent at this. Definitely not one of these games where you had to bring down the bare ears. No, he was awake, he was plugged in, and he got himself the W. So now we're going to be seeing whether or not Alpha can ride this wave of momentum into Game 2 and take the series 2-0, or if Ant will mount a comeback and make this a 2-1 affair. We find out after a very small break. It's Snare, it's Luscious Lizard. We'll be back in a moment with some more Dota.
Dire's current has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
welcome back one and all to some Dota 2 action. North American Dota continues here with some Div 2 hype between the side of Alpha and another NA team, and unfortunately Alpha just showing their quality. Like, Lizard, you lied to me. You told me that this series was going to be much more closely matched than this. But from what I saw in game one, yeah, the drafts, I don't think it was that badly of an outmatch, but they made it look like it was a very hard outdraft on the side of Alpha. Why is it not being closer than expected, Lizard?
I don't know, man. Like, it definitely looked like they should be closer, these two teams, from all the series that I watched between the two of them. But sometimes maybe you just get dominated in the lanes a bit too hard. In general, I really don't like Dragonite on the offlane. Like, I know it can work. I know there are some builds that are being built on Dream League as well with like a Meteor Hammer on offlane, and you just start taking towers even faster as a DK. But I don't like it that much. I don't like it. I feel it's, especially if you're playing into an Undying. Like, yeah, Rubik was dominating, Rubik was really strong, but it was all enabled by the fact that your side lanes, both side lanes, were just having fun. I really think that a lot of things went poorly for Ant. Your top lane, you didn't manage to creep skip properly into the Undying, and on the bottom lane, the way Enchantress started the lane should never happen. I think that lane start literally loses you the lane.
Things went a little bit too well for Alpha in game one. We're going to see, though, if they can construct another draft worth making the lanes that easy yet again. As we have the second draft underway, Alpha playing on Radiant side with second pick, and the side of Ant have first pick on Dire. What bans do we have? Alpha ban Doom and Nature's Prophet. Rubik being shown some respect by Ant as they take that away from Joker, removing the Death Prophet in the game too. Respect. Put some respect on his name. And also, this is more respect. They steal away the Undying so that EMP does not have his Undying, which he also performed immaculately on in game one.
Yep. No, I can see that. I can see that. They snatched the Undying, but they leave Alpha some options. We'll see. Like, you said that Undying shouldn't be picked first phase like this. I don't agree completely. I think
that's what I was told.
Yeah, I do think that he puts you in a certain position, like like you aren't nearly as flexible as with some other picks. You just know where Undying is going. There's no flex unless you're Jenkins. There's no flex with the Undying.
It would be really funny actually if we had a situation where they just ran this Undying into the off lane or something. We haven't seen that in a while, but it's always fun to see. I want to see carry Undying. I want to really see that. This game, we were praising y'all for not going for Nagas and Broodmothers in the previous game, but we got your baited, Lizard. They were trying to lull us into a false sense of security. So they go for the Broodmama, pair her with this Hoodwink, and unfortunately, of all the strengths of Undying, dealing with Broodmother, certainly not one of them.
Yeah, it's definitely not. But if you combo him well with the right heroes, you can deal in the lane with the Broodmother, so that's nice. Another NA team, instead, they snatch the Ember. Okay, like they take away the Ember from Alpha. Alpha have been looking really good with it, but I'm not sure why you don't close the first phase with a Slark or a Naga. I feel like you could have, because look at Ember. You pick him, yeah, you can protect that pick a little bit, but he's more of a second phase for me. You know, there aren't really any big things that you need to ban out, or there are too many that are decent against him. However, if you pick a Slark or let's say a Naga, you're already setting up a good lane into the Brood. You know that you should be winning it, or even something like a Pudge that we've seen earlier. You should be winning that lane. There are options though. They can go anti-mage too for Rises, maybe.
Maybe see it AM.
Yeah, that's sorry for Argus and Rises on Alpha, but yeah, you could go for AM with the Vanguard into the Brood. That's the popular way of playing against her.
So that RGS is sitting in complete darkness right now, so he's given over his lights to his allies. He's like, all right, I'll play from the dark, boys, don't worry. It's cool. If I get this W, then I'll switch on the lights, but until then, I gotta just get in the zone. We see them banning out the Slog that you were just outlining there on the side of Alpha. And Ant, because they have Ember Spirit, they had to protect him. The same 3 bans that Alpha went for in the previous game, interestingly enough. So Ants pretty much just cribbed what they lost against. We'll see if it continues into the second phase. As
10
Alpha right now
seconds remaining.
presumably will pick the 5 position for the team. I can't imagine that they go for a different hero. So if it is the 5 position, what's EMP going to play here? Just Raptor could play 5 maybe? How do you feel about that?
I think it's a good option into the Ember. I like the call. For me, it's one of those heroes that should be first phased. Do I like it too much with the Hoodwink? Maybe not, but it's still solid. Like, you get the Hoodwink, you get the Disruptor, you can chase anyone, you can set up things for the Ember. Maybe they're missing reliable stuns. That's like a problem that I see on their team already. And it's always when you have a Brood on offlane, you have to worry about control on the other sides. If the Brood is offlane, they can still put her mid lane into the Ember and go for that Orchid build.
Okay, they go for the Snapfire. It's not necessarily reliable disable, but it is a more or less reliable way to deal with the Tombstone. Ant had this response in game 1. Didn't necessarily work out for them, but doesn't feel like it was a Snapfire's fault that was happening.
Yeah,
10
eventually
seconds remaining.
it's a little bit of a disable with the Fire Snap
5
cookie, right?
seconds
Like that.
remaining.
You get that, but it's definitely not enough, and you need your mid laner and safe laner to cover for you. And you could get like a Wraith King on safe lane with some stuns. Mid lane, there's just way too many heroes that, like a Dragon Knight even into the Ember, it's solid. Like last game, they put the DK on off, right? So it didn't look that great, but you could pick the Dragon Knight, put him mid. For Alpha, that is.
Ants have to make a decision here as well. I'm expecting support plus a monster hero. Or Ash hero, sorry, not monster. What am I talking about? Wrong team. You were outlining Naga Siren earlier as a hero that traditionally plays very well into Brood, especially when paired with this Undying and or Mirana. Mirana probably plays 4 in this game. Do they go now for like a hero like Naga to get the lane counter, or are you too scared of a counter pick from the side of Alpha to close out the phase?
It's harder to pick it now, definitely. Like, there are options. There are heroes that you could pick. Like, if you pick Naga right now, Alpha can close the first phase, the second phase with a Pudge, and your late game is ruined, and you don't have ways of dealing with the Pudge at all. And you'd need to pick an offlaner that deals with the Pudge well, and yeah, that's just not gonna happen. You're not gonna find the right one. So maybe that's a bit scarier. Maybe you should pick an offlane right now and pick something that's good with Mirana. And that's basically anything, right?
Yeah, you just play anything with Mirana. Regrettably, I'm saying regrettably because you were saying you don't like it in the offlane, but it wouldn't be the worst idea for them to go back for the DK. To go for Sven. Is this carry Sven?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
We used to see this as a response to Brood back in the day. We don't see it as much nowadays, but bonus armor to protect you from the spiderlings, cleave to kill them. And I remember when they first changed the Ags, there were some games I saw people would play this into these elusive offlaners, and then you just like Superman onto them, can bring her down on a couple of hits. But Sven's just been not picked at all in the safe lane here, so earn your paycheck, Lizard. Talk to me about what's the idea behind the Sven pick in this game, and is it a winning idea in your opinion?
How are they laning? That's my only question. Like, are they putting the Undying and Sven on the safe lane? Undying Sven.
I think you play.
Mirana Sven?
I think you still play Mirana 5, but then she just starts in the safe lane, yeah. Or you play a 4, but she just starts in the safe lane.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like you said, Warcry pretty decent versus the spiders, and you get this hero that can farm the stacks, right? Like, he can deal with, like, he doesn't deal with the Brood. That's just not the case, in my opinion, at least. Like, you can have a decentish lane, but the moment he gets 6 on Brood, he'll still get enough spiders. You rotate 1 extra support, and the Sven is out of the lane. Like, you had an option to go AAM here with the Vanguard. I think that would have been better even. Not sure, maybe Sven Vanguard. I don't think so, but who knows? You do get the cleaves versus the Broodlings, right? So eventually the cleave is strong, and eventually you are difficult to deal with. But by the time you get there, I think the game might be hard.
Radiant team ban.
Not the easiest game in the world, especially not now that they have to deal with a sole Batrider from the mid lane. And in this game, Looking at the heroes assailed before us, doesn't feel like the worst Batrider game in the world. You're gonna do really well against the Ember middle. You show up to these side lanes, just create havoc and chaos. And they don't have a lot of easy stuns, but they have lots of follow-up stuns. If anyone lands on you, they have so many other ones that's just gonna keep chain stunning you. Bushwhack sets up the Fire Snap Cookie, sets up the Lasso, or the reverse order. Feels good. And I guess you do go BKB fairly early, maybe on the Sven or the Ember, but Lincoln Sphere is going to be something that you also want, I guess. There's a lot of items that they need on the side of it, and I like the damage output from Alpha, even though a lot of it is magical. It feels like it'll come out early enough that whatever hero they get for Risers will have enough time to catch up physically by the time the BKBs come out.
Yeah, I really think the bat is a big issue now for Ant. You have two problems. You have the bat and the brood, and you have another problem, you don't know the way they're laning. It could still be brood mid and bat off lane. So these two issues are something that you need to answer with one pick. Alpha, oh my god, that one pick would have been amazing, actually, the Legion Commander. Amazing versus the bat because of the press the attack, and also versus Brood Mother.
Well, no, that's why bans exist in Dota. When you have a good strategy going, you're like, yeah, let's remove this. So what's left in the off lane here that can deal with both heroes? There's no dispels really that feel super great.
You put Sven on the off lane with some crazy war cry. That's not happening, by the way. But I'm just imagining a world in which you have Abaddon carry on Ant, and it feels amazing. But you're not gonna get it. What else is amazing now for them on the offlane? Maybe hit them with a problem of your own. Pick some Enigma or something like that. Make them worry as well. It's not great into the Brood. Brood just plays a bit faster. There's Lycan, maybe an option. It also doesn't feel that amazing. You need some tempo on NA. You need someone that's gonna play with the Ember.
Yeah, right now there's gonna be this period of the game where the Sven's just farming. Mirana can somewhat move with the Ember, but it's not going to be enough after a point. So what do we have? 7 seconds. They go for Mars. No. All right, I actually want to see what Mars's win rate is right now. I cannot imagine it's super high.
It's not. I like your negativity as well around the hero. I feel the same. What does the Mars give you? It's like you don't get anything in the arena really. It's not great, but you get a hero, and I called it just on the wrong side. And you get Abaddon, you get a Mars that's able to defend against the Brood. Once Sven is zoned out and he needs to go into the jungle, then the Mars can stand up and fight the Brood in the lane. But this feels like such a good bat game. So, my man, have fun. That's how it feels.
Just enjoy life. Don't have to worry about too many things. You're just chilling. You're hanging out. Also, I regret to inform you, Lizard, that although the Mars's win rate is not great across all DPC regions, it only starts to become terrible in Div 1. In Div 2, this Mars has actually been winning most of its games.
Oh,
the only region where it has less than 50% is Western Europe. Here in NA, it is at a 60% win rate after 5 games. Yeah, okay. All right, I see. I'm still not a fan. I'm still going to hold on to that I don't think this hero is particularly good. But in Div 2, all across the world, it seems to be getting much more dividends than it's getting in Division 1.
Okay. Like in Division 2, maybe the hero just feels better as teams aren't that careful around the arena. They get caught in it more often. He's able to perhaps get a bit more out of the lane. There's always a disparity between Division 1 and Division 2 teams when it comes to the heroes that are played and how they're dealt with. Sometimes in Division 2 heroes that get blown up in Division 1 are looking amazing, and Mars is a perfect example. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how much they'll be able to do with him. My problem is Bet is unchecked. He'll be able to play the game really fast, and then on top of that you have the Brood. Maybe there's a world in which Sven gets a good time, and then he's ultimately your win condition. So there's definitely that, right? Like if he gets a good time, if this goes late, Sven can carry.
I mean, look at it this way also. We are in North America right now, so this is the region of the RTZ Sven, of the Fear Sven. If there's any part of the world that can make this hero work, it will certainly be in NA. So we're going to see how they make it happen here. Before we get into it, though, we didn't really have that much time to talk about this Abaddon. Are we just going normal Radiance build? Just put some evasion onto the Sven, make him hate life, force him to buy an MKB early on?
I think that's the build, right? It has to be. It's like Radiance, Manta, Blink every time on Abaddon. Like, you wouldn't be picking him as a carry if not for that. There's a lot of other things as well. Like he's going to struggle against the Brood as well when it comes to missing here and there.
Okay, quick little skirmish here. Down on this bottom side of the map. Rises. Happy to run forward with the Aphotic Shield. He's taking quite a bit of damage though. So it does need to back off. Won't be able to pick up the bounty. And it's just going to be a 2-2 trade all across the map. Nice and normal, unlike what we saw in game 1. The side of Alpha here. One win away from going 4-1. They only have 2 series left after this, so it's kind of in the situation where every single game makes a massive difference. Their opponents, you know, we saw that the Oversights, on their day, they could still look pretty strong, but SKG, they have to play next. So if you lose this series and then SKG beats you, suddenly you're on 3 losses all of a sudden. So you need to make sure that you get this W. But they can't lose either on the other side. I love these kind of games, man, when there's high stakes for everybody. Everybody really cares about the outcome. It's not just like, well, we're playing before the difference between 5th or 6th. It doesn't really make that much of a difference.
Yeah, it's a little bit a test of your morale strength as well, right? In games such as this one. It's testing how strong teams are mentally. Because, yeah, it's the stakes are high, so you have to win every single game. You have to perform to the fullest, no messing around. I have a feeling Division 2 teams, sometimes they have this approach like, yeah, we're just playing some Dota, you know, we don't care. IDC, you know, IDC, I play Dota. Top lane, Hoodwink, Joker, my God.
Big plays, Joker. Stop it, Joker. You already have one MVP award, my friend. Relax.
And he's one of those. He's one of those, I don't care, I just play Dota, you know. He's one of those, but I sincerely doubt it. I really think all of these teams 100% want to get their asses to Division 1.
Yeah. It's a big difference in terms of prestige, in terms of money. Also, the potential of getting DPC points. Argus forced to Warcry and run away. And the Feeling G has a lot of mangoes to his name and some decays. Full on their HP, so they're not going to be able to kill him just yet. On the other side of the map, Ash has fallen quite low, tanking some harass from Rises. So it's a tale of very 2 different stories here. Top lane, we see that Argus is being pressured on the Sven. Bottom lane, they're pressuring on the side of Rises into Ash. Different stories in terms of which hero is being pressured, but the similar thread is that Alpha, yet again, are coming away with lanes that shouldn't be going this well.
We've seen a lot of surprises so far in this series when it comes to the lanes. Shouldn't isn't anymore in my vocabulary, you know? It is what it is.
The one bright spot, though, for them is that RRL is doing really well against the Batrider middle. Evening out, even on the CS, not falling behind. Top lane, Joker is about to die. Got down by Feeling G. Okay. This feels nice. Getting some recovery. Does cost the Tombstone to get dropped down, though.
Yeah, and they're pushing in super hard, so Monster is gonna get... well, if he lasted, he'll get a lot of them, as long as he isn't missing against the tower.
Brood is one of those heroes that's actually fun to last hit with under the tower. He does a shocking amount of damage early on.
Yeah, 100%. There's a... Sven isn't that shabby as well. Like, Sven is probably up there.
Yeah, Sven's good.
But look at Abaddon. He's not farming under the tower. He's still just dominating. 20 CS on top of the network charts at the moment.
Is Ash dead?
I don't think so.
Nice rebuke.
Snare, you're really bloodthirsty tonight, man, you know?
Like I want to see some kills, man.
Like, I remember a long time ago, casters were calling for kills that would never happen. It was very often, right? If you're a play-by-player, I don't know what it is. You're not checking the items, maybe. You're not... to see if there's a wand, a fairy fire. But you remind me... Tonight, you remind me of those days, you know? You're very, very bloodthirsty.
Giving you a blast from the applause, fam.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, my bloodthirstiness will not be rewarded in this game. It's 1-1 at the 4.5-minute mark. Not too much happening.
So
Everyone
far.
just farming.
Yeah.
Although the one thing that is happening is that they're doing a very decent job of ensuring that Argias does not get as much farm as he wants. Spending a lot of time scrapping with heroes. Only 16 CS for himself relative to the 26 and 2 that's available for this Abaddon.
Yeah. Every time I look at top lane, it's being pushed into the Brood, right? So I'm not sure, is it the cleave, what it is, but the Brood is just having the freest time of her life. Just farming under the tower. This is more of a safe lane for Monster than it is for Argias.
Argias already having to start thinking about when he wants to dip back into the jungle. You have the first pause of the game. Hopefully, not too many of them end up happening.
Is that Undying stacking, by the way, the jungle right now on the Dire side? Some stacks
He
already
hasn't
made.
stacked any. Has he made stacks yet?
To the right? I'm blind. Okay, nothing.
No, he hasn't made yet.
Just the
not yet.
bounty rune, I guess, yeah.
But he's thinking about it, you know? Sometimes it's the idea, the thought that counts.
Yeah, that's definitely what counts in Dota. You don't have to do anything as long as you think about it. When your carry pings you, why didn't you pull? I thought about it.
I thought about it, bro.
I thought about it, but
I had the sentiment, I just didn't do it. Mid lane, RL might die now. He is just shy of having level 6. They go on top of him. The Bushwhack doesn't connect. Flame Break will still come back, but they might turn this around onto Soul instead. RL too far away from EMP, so the Scatter Blast will not be there. Alright, Joker not able to catch with the Bushwhack. Might end up taking a tumble for his troubles here. The Warden jumps him. Double Starfall should be enough to get the kill.
Yeah.
Will they get the ward as well? Or the rune? Nope. That gets taken away by Soul on the bottom side.
yeah, but they're making sure that their mid lane has a better time this time around. And Ember, he's playing into the bat, but he's doing quite all right so far.
Actually, want to kill the bats. He's gonna dive forward here. It does have the... Oh, it doesn't have the damage. Never mind. He's gonna get killed by the bats. Never mind.
Am I cursing them? What's happening?
I think you are. I think we're both cursing them. I want to see too many kills, and you keep saying that they're doing too well. So not only do they lose Ember, they also lose the Mars on the other side of the map too.
Yeah, it's rough again for Ant. Just as the game started looking kind of decent for them, like the Ember even dives the bat. They are losing cores.
They're gonna try again top though,
This
to try
isn't
and
a
get
kill.
at least something.
This
But
isn't
they're
a
not gonna
kill.
get this kill. Nope.
This
Soul
is,
comes
though.
in, has Lasso. Trying to think about utilizing it onto a hero though. And he hasn't decided to use it just yet. Monster coming back and forth, thinking about trying to put some damage onto the tombstone. They look for feeding G, maybe get an easier kill out of this, but Argias has Stormhammer again. Looks like the rotation will be enough to save the Brood's life. They won't get a kill, but at the very least, they do force Soul to not be middle for a couple waves.
Snare, Bat did not save his life. That Brood was not gonna die for sure. He had a lot of magic wand charges.
Yeah, he was fine.
He was completely fine. Bat, he wanted to rotate in, maybe try to get a kill, but he couldn't go into the tombstone. That's the problem. If there was no tombstone, maybe you dive them, but yeah, it's rough at this point. He also needs travels, so Bat, like, he's not the same hero like before. If you get a good rune, you can perhaps rotate in, but 9 out of 10 times you're better off just farming up the travels and then rotating in. Like, yeah, sorry, go.
I was gonna say that like one drawbacks yet again for Ant, we see that last game they had the push potential with the Lesh and the DK. This time they don't really. So even if they make these movements from Batrider and he doesn't find anything, they can't really hard punish them on the side of Ant with the draft that they have, unfortunately.
That's true. That's true. But maybe one worst thing for Alpha and at the same time better for Ant is that Alpha didn't have a lot of combos to play with. Like last game they had a lot of them. And Ember was the driving force, but also the Underlord TPing in, doing a lot. This game, if they stop the Brood, I feel like Alpha, they only have Bat to play with.
Speaking of this Brood Mama, she's gonna take a tower on the top side of the map. Abaddon still just busy farming towards his items, not gonna want to participate meaningfully for a while. And Brood just doing Brood things, gonna start taking over this side of the map. Gonna go for a kill onto the Warden. They combo this up with the Fire Snap Cookie to ensure they have the lockdown, and they will find this Mirana. The Warden takes a tumble. And that's just more map space for Brood. God, I hate watching this hero, honestly. It's so annoying.
Undying. Goes ham.
He's fine. He's fine.
Yo, hit him.
Oh no,
Hit him.
Rises. He didn't realize it was such a long TP, but he actually ends up losing his own life off the back of this. RRL didn't think he was actually going to go in, but then he's like, wait a second, this Abandon doesn't have borrow time anymore. That was a bizarre sequence of events, Lizard. A long TP into a left TP into a kill onto Abandon? Didn't expect that.
You don't expect the Baden to be dying this early on, that's for sure. Warden trying to run away.
That should be fine.
Yeah, under the tier 2, it's a bit deep. So basically, he was TPing on the tier 2 or tier 1 even. On tier 1, he was TPing. That's why the TP was that long. Yeah.
Oh, you gotta have a sense of humor about that one. That's one of those where you die and you're like, yeah, it's chill. I get it.
Yeah. The good thing for Alpha, even though they lost Undying, that's that Bat is getting really close to the travels. And they should be in 50 gold there. And Brood has like one top lane. Very easily.
Oh, you see the first arena for the game committed by Ash. And well, you said he's 50 gold away. He just picks it up before dying. Otherwise, they would have elongated that time period.
That's the best feeling,
big
right?
Arena.
When you
Just buy it
it
just before you die?
Yeah, when you buy it just before death.
So what you're saying, Lizard, is that before I die in real life, I must make sure I just buy new speakers.
Exactly.
Buy new swag.
For me. To me.
Haven't you heard, Lizard? You can't share items, man. Sorry.
You can share some, like tangos and TPs and, mangoes.
Okay, I'll buy you a tree. I'll buy you a mango tree.
That's
Just before I die.
I'd like that more, yeah. But a real mango tree, like the one that was in Dota.
Oh, of course, yeah. Of course. Argus, just pop bot strength, is about to be God's dead. Because he is just not going to be able to withstand this magical damage. Almost got denied by the Ancient Black Dragon, but will be able to live. EMP. Nice Fire Snap Cookie onto Ush. Will
Look
still
at
die
that.
though. But
Still
Ush is actually dead. They're going to surround him. He doesn't have arena for another 20 seconds.
Joker.
Brought down by Joker Sharpshooter. At the same time, Ember, be careful.
Silence.
Don't get silenced, my friend. He will not get silenced. Rises though, forced into the borrow time as he gets stunned up by this Mirana. Still getting chased at the moment by RRL, who finds the Searing Chains. Flame Break pushes these heroes away, but they really want Rises. They want him so badly. Nice bushwhack coming in from Joker. Here comes EMP as well. Fire Snap Cookie back onto feeding G, and he is alive on the Snapfire, but they get the arrow back onto Snap. Won't die though. Rises in the gang stand their ground. They stand strong, and they find yet another kill. Only losing the Snapfire, but he comes back to ensure that it's a 3-for-1 trade at the end.
Yeah, what's nice, at least for Ant, yeah, they lost a lot, but Sven is one of those heroes that can, at this point, stand his ground against the Brood. So they aren't losing top lane, at least. Bottom lane, they are losing Snap on Alpha. So usually, if there's a Brood and you're also winning on the other side of the map, the game is done. Because Brood is taking over the other side, farming, taking your towers. But because of Sven being your carry, he can just chill there, farm up.
Unfortunately, this Sven has the lowest net worth of all the cores in the game, and yeah, he can maintain presence here. But that means he has to stay here. Can't necessarily make too many moves. Middle though, can they make a move to save RRL? Indeed they can. They have the arrow out on 2 Rises. RRL will not get caught by the Curse of Avernus. As Ant recognize the need to maintain map dominance. Top lane though, Argy is about to die. Actually ticking out to the Flame Blake as well as the Firefly. Survives on 70 HP. I really thought Solo was gonna die for that one, but
I mean, even
happy to just watch Arceus go home.
Yeah, exactly. Even though he didn't die, he's just running home, losing his time once again. Like you said, not the highest net worth on the map. And like, when you're a Sven, usually you want to be very high up there, right? He went to the triangle, he got zoned out of it. He goes top to kind of defend against the Brood, he gets zoned out of there as well. You're not a lucky or happy Sven. He's going back into the triangle now to farm the remainder of the stacks, but it's not a lot. There, like 2-3 creeps were left.
They're gonna smoke up the rest of his crew here, hoping to try and find an initiation. They have a Blink Dagger on Ush, so if they can maybe catch the Spider. They caught vision of her, but do they have the angle for initiation? Ash really wants this jump to get the wards down. There's going to go in Ash with the arena, and there's the drop down on the spear, followed up by the arrow. Easy kill. There's the combination. So Ants do have this kill combo. Alpha a little bit more difficult to achieve, but not that hard from the side of Ants. Although it does get harder as the game goes on and on because Mars generally falls off in damage output. But it's proof of concept for now.
Yeah, a good thing to open up the map a little bit on top lane, at least.
August?
Rises.
August?
Yeah.
Oh no. Rises, comes on top of him. There's a scatter blast. He borrows time. You try to borrow time to dispel off the arrow, but not going to get it in time. There will be a drag back onto this Abaddon with the spear coming in from Ash, but not enough to kill him just yet. Aphotic Shield does pop, EMP left behind and killed.
He's pinging.
RL, 3
Help.
seconds until he has slide chains. He gets off only the slide. Not enough mana for both though. Rises will still get brought down by the God's Rebuke. There's no tier 1 tower to TP to Lizard. There is no help incoming. And they get 2 hero kills. It does cost them the life of Feeding G in the mid lane. But who the hell cares? You're delaying this Radiance from Rises, and you're finally getting kills on the map for your own heroes.
Yeah, but your Sven died first, remember that. So overall, was it really a good trade? Not necessarily. Is Sven good against Abaddon later on? I think with a certain item build, he does have a shot. Even the Silver Edge, right? Like you can break him, maybe even kill him off before the ulti is popped. Like...
They're actually killing him. They're coming for him. Bots on Batrider. Alkia's getting gone on right now. He's not going to be able to escape this. Monster's right on top of him. Flame Break is here. Arrow won't connect. And they're going to try and maroon him up onto the cliff. Not going to happen just yet. The Soul Rip keeping Alkias alive, but it will eventually fall. Ash coming in with the arena, pushing the spear combo onto Soul. But they haven't been able to kill the Batrider just yet. They've already lost the Ember Spirit as well, as RL got took down by Monster, who made his own appearance known in this fight. They're looking for Feeling G. They will get him. Simultaneously, the Warden able to make sure that they do at least get the Batrider, but does cost the life of the Morana as well. 4 versus 1. Does Ash at least survive this? Maybe not. Emp has access to Fire Snap quickly,
He
but
should,
he should. Okay.
Yeah, he should. There's Abaddon going in, but he doesn't have a blink. He can't really get on top of him. Your Sven should never die the way he did. In his own jungle, was surrounded by his teammates. You need to protect him more. They just have to play the perimeter around the Sven. You shouldn't be making any plays on the map. That's how I feel. Just play for Protect 1. Your heroes, yeah, sure, you can make some plays with Mirana Ember, but at this point, you just have to make sure that your Sven gets a BKB, at least. Or this game is over already.
Speaking of Ember, gonna go forward onto this monster Broodmother. Pops the Guardian Greaves to get out of the roots. Warden's Arrow. Doesn't connect onto anybody on the way out.
They're just trying this 4 and 2 combo. Mirana Ember, it's a very classic one. You can get kills on the map, but it just isn't worth it at this point. If your Sven dies again, Abaddon will have Radiance already. Your Sven won't have anything. Also, that last fight in the jungle, the arena was decent, but Batrider got speared to the low ground. So he survived. They couldn't kill him off.
Speaking of arena, they throw one out right now onto Monster. He should be able to find this kill. Guardian Greaves are online, going to utilize them, and there's a turnaround with the Morty's Kisses. Monster's still alive, just taking down this Tombstone on the high ground. Will be able to do so, but does still die. The question is, what happens afterwards? Rises coming in, 3 heroes caught inside the Scatter Blast, and Joker finding the Bushwhack missed out Warden. Beautiful leap to disjoint that. Feeling G will still end up at least taking a tumble. But here comes Soul. No Blink Dagger to speak of, so very hard to get these initiations. But Flame Break into Lasso catches out RRL. He didn't have any safety remnants drop down. Couldn't find the quick slide combo. Will end up dead as a result.
It's a disaster how they're losing these fights. Like going on the Brood and taking so much time to kill him. Like he's so deceivingly tanky with the Greaves. You think you got him, but he goes on the cliff and just starts hitting your Tombstone. The only reason he died is because the arrow connected in the end. He could have lived even.
Well, now they're still looking for the tier 1 tower. Without the Brood being nearby, that is the one thing. They struggle to take down these buildings. But speak of the devil, and she shall appear. Here is Monster. They might still try to take the subsequent fight here. They're TPing in with Ash. Does still have Blink Arena. And unfortunately, we are getting into one of those Mars games here, Lizard. Ash's impact is starting to really peter off. The next fight, I think, is the last one he has before getting DKB, before it really starts to feel awkward. Nice jump. There we go. There we go. That's what we like to see, Ash. The reverse caster's curse. That's how you do it, isn't it?
Yep, you're losing the tier 2 on top lane, but at least you got the position 4 hoodwink. Kappa.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has
I mean, it is something, right? It's better than nothing. They need to... the arrow connects as well. Mid lane, Undying
Okay.
should live. Yeah. Should he live? He should live, yeah. They are rotating mid from top lane. And now you're taking down the tier 2 on top. You can take the outpost. You can move into the pit if you want to take Roche. Or just continue catching them.
This is so unfair. Alpha just picked up a Philly Stone. I feel like teams that are winning are the only teams that actually get Philosopher's Stone. When you're losing the game, this item just never appears, but when you're in a dominant position, it always just shows up. In the jungle, we do see Soul running down feed and G. Sven thought about engaging there, but realized that I need BKB ASAP, so let me just go back to farming. And even after getting BKB, still probably needs a Blink Dagger as well.
Don't worry, Mortimer. I'm still here.
Into the pit. It's all
Can
like...
they fight this here?
You could maybe with the arena. Arena is on cooldown still, but with the tombstone, with everything, maybe you could if you were here in the right time, but you aren't. You're just too split. You're afraid, you're farming, you know. Alone and afraid.
Alone and afraid.
Or is
Alpha
it
definitely
naked
not
and afraid?
alone.
It was naked and afraid, right? The series.
Naked and Afraid was the show.
Yeah.
The show, yeah.
Well, they're naked and afraid too, considering the items that they've got. It's not great.
Let's see. Does anybody have BKB? I feel like BKB counts as clothes, right? So if you have a BKB, you're clothed. Before that, you're a little bit naked. And right now, they are all naked. Playing in the nude on the side of Ant. FeedNG reveals some of the smoke rotation coming in, but they haven't scouted out Soul just yet. And Argia is still trying to farm this triangle. He's running. Doesn't have BKB just yet. Flame break back. BKB for the Bad Rider. And there's the lasso onto the Sven. They really want to try and bring down Argius, and they manage to do so. Joker, the only hero caught inside of this arena, that leaves the rest of his team free to play the fight. FeedNG looking like he might fall here towards Soul. One more right click should take away his life. The rest of Ant are allowed to flee here.
And they're
They
fighting.
don't have the Brood Mother here because Monster was just pushing top.
Exactly, like they're winning these fights 4 versus 5. They're just moving a bit too fast for Ant. They take Aegis instantly, they're into the triangle, they're killing off Sven. Even without the Brood, Brood is just chilling, you know, pushing top. Doesn't matter. And Rises, he's leading the charge even, right? Like he's the one just going forward because he knows there's no way he dies. With the Manta, with the Radiance and Aegis, even without the Aegis, he probably isn't dying. Mid lane, Mortimer's
Now they
Kisses.
get the Bulwark combo with the Sharpshooter. Morty's Kisses. Will they kill Ush? No, they won't. He is still alive. We will be
Sven?
Argius trying to make the counter jump onto Soul here. He's still naked though, without BKB. They just stole him up from doing this. Rises, gets a Fire Snap Cookie. They stun up Argius. Oh no. That is not what the Sven was looking for there.
And that's
Soul
move.
on a dominating streak. He was the one targeted.
Yeah, he went in. He's the one that chose to fight there, and there is no way you fight. Your Mars just got zoned out. Mars had to go back. He just went in alone. That was a bit of a tilt play. Realistically, a bit of a tilt play, but then again, the game is just so hard. 10k behind, 20 minutes in. Kind of reminiscent of game 1, really.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's difficult, it's tough, and really have their backs against the wall here. Ush almost has BKB though. RRR still a little bit further away. And then of course our Sven also about 600 gold away from having this item. Until it's arrived, they can't really do much that's meaningful. They go in for a fight. Ush, he jumped out! Ush! No! Why, Ush? Why? Ush is dead. He does have buyback though, so he could come out into the fray here. Rises. Forced into triggering off the borrow time. So really wanted to find a lasso to somebody. At the very least, there is a Yule Scepter on the water to store this out. Alright, Aldo will now finally get caught in by the lasso. Does die, does have buyback. But I cannot imagine that the plan is to force them to use their spell so that you can say, ha, you don't have them on the second line.
That's the plan. That's usually the plan. He won't buy back here, I feel like, but he has to. If they want to keep at least on the Ember, he'll have to, because top lane will fall as well, right? They'll go top. They won't be satisfied with the mid lane.
There's no need to back off, right? What are they worried about? There's no damage just yet on these heroes.
It's literally
Sven
like
doesn't have BKB.
Yeah, it's literally like the first game in which they were waiting Morphling to get the Skadi. Now they're waiting for Sven to get the BKB, so that they're able at least to put up that one fight. He could TP base. Nah, he can't even. I was thinking maybe sell the stick, the quelling, the branch, but it's still not enough gold. Is it? It should be now, right?
It should be.
He's tipping bottom.
Okay.
Look, I mean, they
bottom right now, Sven.
They lost the two sides already, right? So it doesn't matter.
He is 23 gold short of having it. Ash right now. Gets the arena out onto 2. Not going to be able to get anybody brought down in this fight though. There's Morty's kisses raining down, zoning away the rest of Ant. Sharpshooter hit connects onto RRL on the far side of the fight, so he needs to watch himself. Moonlight Shadow creating a little bit of distance and cover for them, but they're going in. No, Argius gets at least the first blood. The first kill rather onto a Baron. So jumping in, BKB active, going for Feed and G. Him and Monster mop up the Undying. But that is going to be the first usage of a BKB from Argius. Jumping in is RRL, but he's just playing the edges here. Nice little stun into the arrow combination. They catch out this Broodmother, and here comes the Mars. Will they have enough damage to at least kill off Soul? Soul jumped in to try and at least create a bit of a bulwark between himself and Monster. Unfortunately, that will cost his own life. Rises, gets right back into borrow time just before they bring him down. So they need to zone him away, keep him as far away from these heroes as possible. Fidenji does die. That is going to be a dieback on Undying. But I think they actually might feel confident about this fight, depending on how the Ember can perform. RL finally has a BKB active. He will initiate it, the first one of this fight, so he's feeling really, really strong. Rises needs to run himself away. Nice dodge on the arrow. But Ush jumping, chasing him forward. Where's the spear? It's still on cooldown for 2 seconds. They can't catch him. Rises is actually going to be allowed to live. Oh my god, now there's a bulwark with the bushwhack back onto Ash. Ash is going to end up losing his life. So him being dead seems to have baited in and even further into despair, because they came out chasing. They thought they might be able to find somebody, but here comes Soul, the man who started this fracas. He comes back in time to watch it finish as Joker gets a double kill. They find the team wipe, and this last lane of Rax not long for this world as Alpha take full control of game 2.
Yeah, this time around, I think you're calling it. You don't really have anything in you to fight any longer. That fight, even the way that Rises manages to survive is insane. Joker having an E-Blade, the Abaddon, and the Brute dodging the arrow, moving away from them. Like, you had that one last chance to maybe go in, but I don't know if you noticed the way the fight started. Mars broke his TP, so he didn't TP in together with the Ember. Maybe if he was there a bit faster, they'd have enough control. They're still trying to fight.
We'll see.
One more time.
Still going in. One more arena. There's too many BKBs though, so they can't find the spear connection. So went in for the BKB drag onto Argius, but this Sven is still alive right now. Morty's Kiss is coming in as Rises goes in for the fight. Really wants to try and find a target. Still has borrow time, forced to trigger it as Joker misses the sharpshooter hit. So all these heroes do manage to survive the first instance of this fight, but this does cost all of their BKB charges. Monster diving forward now, looking for Feed and G. Not going to be able to kill him just yet though. They take down the range racks. They're in for the buildings. They want to try and find the W. Joker does end up dying to Argius on the north side of the fight. This Sven can still be pretty strong. They're going on to Rises right now. Doesn't have borrow time. Rises is actually going to die here as he loses his life. Argius though falling lower and lower. Stormhammer. Will it buy him enough time to get away from the Broodmother? No, it will not. The Spawn Spiderlings connects and kills him. Soul able to mop up Feed and G as well. And Monster, even though this Abaddon is dead, he's still looking like a carry in his own right between himself and Soul. But the spear throws him into the fountain. Monster losing so much HP. Is he gonna die here? No. Pops the Guardian Greaves, will enable him to leave the fountain in safety. And he's just gonna go in with the incapacitating bite, lifesteal pack, and he's okay.
Yeah, I love that he didn't even think about going back. He just heals up, you know. Why the hell not? I was in the fountain, now I'm back. Pushing in. Bat is here, they will kill the Mars. Mirana, he's just trying to arrow, but you have Sven back up in 7 seconds. If you didn't GG earlier, you're gonna GG now. There you go.
Yeah. GG, well played, is called Alpha. 2-0 up against the ANT lineup here. Another NA team. The old school, the classic When was the last time you saw this, Lizard? The pause right before the Ancient blows up.
Yeah, because
Happens in all my pubs, but
Yeah.
not in the officials.
and because they left the game, right? Like they disconnected, so it may be automatically paused. Insane 2-0, not really. After the first game, maybe you could expect this. Before the first game, definitely not what I expected. I expected a much closer series. I thought that Ant will be able to stand their ground against Alpha, but it's something that they were talking about in their winners interviews. They said that they don't really feel like sticking around each other quite a lot after their losses. You know, there's a little bit of tilt on that team. So you could see after game 1, this game 2 was just like, yeah, it was a mess.
Got much more difficult. And unfortunately for the side of Ants, they find themselves now 3 losses deep in the tour. I mean, congratulations to Alpha. They are 4-1 right now. Outside of SKG, looking like they're the strongest team in the division as it stands at the moment. And a lot of these fights are just so sad. And man, I also feel really bad for this Sven. This is one of the reasons we don't see this hero in the carry role anymore. Just feels like he's always needs so many items before he's able to do anything.
It's like you're waiting for items on Sven always. You're waiting for that BKB. Your Ember and Mirana can make plays, but the problem is every time they make plays, Alpha finds a way to sneak through and find Sven. Like he died twice in the triangle. He died twice in his own jungle. Like with the boots of travel from the Batrider. Realistically, Alpha, they were just finding openings. Meanwhile, and they couldn't. And it's not like they didn't have a team that could find openings. They did. You had the Mars, you have the Ember. Maybe the lanes went a bit badly for them, but I still think the game could have been played if they executed a bit better.
Really, shout out to RRL doing his best from the mid lane. Had a pretty decent time. Was doing his utmost to try and get this W, but game just got way too hard. Couldn't get the farm needed to find all the defensive items. And unfortunately, we also get to see yet again this Mars hero, man. He just falls this happens every game I see him. Looks good for like 2-3 arenas. You're like, oh, hey, there's Mars. And then when everybody has BKBs, did you see that fight that happened down bottom in front of their own melee racks? He goes in, he finds an arena onto 3 heroes. They all pop BKB and he just looks around like, well, okay, now what? I don't know what to do at this point in time.
Yeah, like he tried as well. I think maybe they should have rotated the Mars a little bit earlier towards top and then swam to the triangle. Maybe that would have saved some of their, saved them from some of these rotations that were happening by Alpha. Like sometimes Sven dies top or gets zoned out from the top lane. He has no business being there, you know, even though you're decent. I was praising him like, yeah, sure, you're decent into the Brood, but that's just me huffing copium, right? It isn't, it isn't that great because you're still being zoned out by the Brood. Plus, if Brood brings 1+1, you're even dead.
I mean, it's the worst of all possible situations, right? It's either A, she's zoning you out, or B, you can stand your ground, but then you're a Sven that has to stand their ground in the lane against Brood. You can't go jungle, you can't go clear out Ancients, you're just stuck there, not doing anything. Mars can't fulfill that role, doesn't have the damage or the survivability to do it. It's just rough, man. Also, yet another illustration of why this Brood Mother hero is constantly banned out, why the whole world just sees that this hero is stupid. I hope it gets nerfed into the absolute ground come the patch. Something needs to change. This monster hero for the Brood, just way too good. Sure, we do have these games where Brood doesn't get off to a good start, but when she does, even an even start, the game just feels impossible down some particular level. And also, shout out to Soul on the Batrider. You were talking about how this should just be a good luck, have fun game for Soul. Hey man, he didn't disappoint. Look at this. 14, 3, and 6 on the Batrider. Dealt the most damage in this game, was everywhere on the map. Just a very solid performance coming out from him.
Yeah, he did a couple of really good moves. He was blessed by Gaben with good runes, but still, he made a couple of really good plays. Gets an invade, kills the Sven in the triangle, boots of travel on the Broodlings to kill the Sven as well. He really found the right targets constantly and he was killing them. Couple of times got lucky in the Mars arena as well to get speared on the low ground and whatnot, but itemization was all right, the laning stage was all right, the rotations were all right, he gets the MVP. I don't think that anyone else deserves it as much as him in this game. Brood was on point, Joker once again had a good farm, but he already got the MVP, can't give it to him all the time.
I mean, I also feel like a little bit of us giving it to Sword here is also because I think some people would feel he was robbed after game one, given the Ember Spirit performance. Joker just managed to edge him out, but very good overall day for Soul from the mid lane. That's kind of what you want to see if you're a fan of Alpha right now. So they are looking good. They're looking hot. Can't wait to see how things go for them. That series against SKG that they play next, that one I really want to see because that will be the two top teams in the division playing up against each other. Of course, before we get there, we should probably have a word in from our winners of the evening, which is going to be the side of Alpha, Joker, joining us yet again for an interview. Mr. Joker, question, bro, can you just relax? When you're playing Rubik, can you not let the enemy have a little bit of fun? That was a little bit disgusting, that performance from game one.
Yeah, it was nice. They actually wanted to pick me Hoodwink. And I told them, I'm like, there's no way I'm playing Hoodwink this many times. I was like, just give me Rubik. I'm going to steal some stuff. I'm going to steal spells. I'm going to secure kills. And yeah, I didn't want to play Hoodwink again.
I mean, looking at the draft, it did feel like a good game for Hoodwink. We were even questioning. I was like, why Rubik instead of Hoodwink in this situation? But you definitely managed to make it work. Going into the second game, though, when we looked at the draft coming in from the other side, were you guys surprised to see the Sven occurring and having it played in the safe lane? And what did you feel about, where do you feel Sven can actually roll in the game right now overall? And how did you feel about it in this game?
Yeah, I mean, it was funny. The first phase, they actually copied our draft from game one. They opened Undying.
Yep,
they
exactly.
picked Ember. They banned the same heroes, so we were laughing. They picked Sven, we were laughing. And then the best part was last picking Mars. And that really made us laugh.
Oh, Mars, what a hero. I mean, they were probably laughing with tears of very much pain, anguish on their face. Lizard, we've got the man on the line right now, the bear sleeper. What you got for him?
I was talking to him yesterday, man. What the hell is this? Every single time Joker is here, man.
I wish it wasn't me. I wish someone else would do the interview. They all
So
don't want
what's
to do
happening?
it. They forced me.
They forced you?
Yeah, they do it every time. They just force me to do it. I'm like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, whatever, man. I'm glad that you're here anyway. What's up with the face mask? Did you get any sleep today during the games or?
Yeah, I was sleeping a little bit during the second game. I took it over. A little bit during the drafts, like the first draft. I was kind of just chilling. But yeah, I got sleep. I wasn't tired today. That's why I had good performance.
So you got less sleep during this series than the yesterday's ones, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So far, you guys are looking pretty damn strong, like almost on top of the leaderboards. You've got who else left against you? Let me see. Alpha, you played Ant. You have Sandkin Gomez, right? You have them to play.
Yeah,
SKG
SKG and Oversight or whatever. Yeah.
Easy, right? Like you're gonna snooze through those as well.
I wish I could say yes, but unfortunately, we're going to have to play those next two series with Satoshi instead of Monster. And things were, because like the rules don't allow it. I mean, that's a whole nother conversation, but we're going to have to play with Satoshi, and we didn't really have the best results. We'll see how it goes, but we're going to try our best.
Yeah. So what's the situation with Satoshi? Is he like, if you guys could choose, would you not play with him anymore? Would Monster be the main part of your team, or?
I'm not really sure. I don't think that would be. It wouldn't really be my decision. I'm not the one that would really make that decision, but I think he had like some personal problems going on, and he just really wasn't playing well. So he brought Monster in, and yeah, that's just how it is now, but he'll be here for the last two series.
Okay. Well, I wish you the best. I hope that his personal problems are out of the way as well, and that he can perform for you.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't ask us, me and Satoshi, about our crypto. I remember I saw you on Twitch talking about that.
I'm afraid to ask, man. Like I wanted to, but I don't know.
I know. You better not talk about it.
People disappear in crypto space.
Don't mess with him. Don't mess with my brother Nicholas.
I knew it.
Joker the gangster. Oh, by the way, where did the name come from? I'm not sure if you've spoken about this in an interview before, but can you talk to us about where the name came from for Joker?
Well, when I first was playing in the first DPC, the picture that I used was actually my face painted as the Joker. And like, it was just plastered everywhere. I thought it was funny. And then, yeah, someone called me like a jokester in one of my pubs. And I was like, you know what? I'm the Joker. I was like, you know what? It just makes sense.
Okay, which version of the Joker are we talking about here?
This was the newer one. It was the makeup from the newer one. I had it perfect. It looks good. I gotta find the picture. I wish they'd let me use it.
Oh, yeah, please. Find the picture. Yo, put that on your Wikipedia page or something. They'll probably let you use it there. Yeah, that'll be fire. We need to see this hype.
It might be. It might be. It's somewhere out there for sure.
Looking forward though, right now y'all are 4-1 pretty much, unless some truly drastic things happen. Obviously you did mention that you have to play the last couple of series with a different member of the team than might be optimal for your results. But let's assume you make it into Div 1. How do you think you'll fare once you get up there? Because there's been a long history of teams going up and then immediately getting bounced back down. So are you guys talking about the possibility of that happening? And how do you think you're going to do overall?
We really didn't talk about it, to be honest. I think once you get there, your goal should be just to stay. I mean, realistically, I don't think we're going to win Div 1. I mean, that's like a stupid goal to have. But being able to stay is definitely possible. And I'd like to knock out Dog Champ. That would be satisfying.
Already throwing down the gauntlet of challenge up against the team that's, you'll probably end up facing off against if you do make it into Div 1. Congratulations on the victory today. Good luck, have fun for your next 2 series. And we hope to talk to you again, Joker, given that you're the only one willing to do it.
Yeah, hopefully next time it's not me. I'm just going to force someone else. But thank you guys.
Nah. I think you're the ambassador right now officially for the team. So thank you for your time, Joker. Yeah. We'll see you in the future. And good luck, have fun.
Thank you.
That is, of course, Joker, position 4 player for the side here of Alpha. Did a really fantastic job today. Played the Rubik the one game, played the Hoodwink the next. And even though he was complaining about the Hoodwink, I think in game 2 they were like, all right, fine, you've broken up the pattern enough, bro. Sorry, you just got to get back on this hero. Now we are done with Dota, sadly. And looking at the leaderboard, things are starting to heat up. This SKG versus Alpha game, that's the next one coming up between these 2 teams. I'm crazy excited for that one, Lizard, because I legitimately actually don't know who's going to win, if I'm honest.
It's probably the closest game, SKG versus Alpha. That one will be the most fun. I'm looking at Tilted Boys. Tilted Boys have Ant and SKG as well. So we're getting like the top teams playing it out, right? Tilted versus Tilted versus SKG, Alpha versus SKG. Those are like the strongest series. We left the best for last, it seems like.
Yeah. And so, interestingly enough, a lot of these series, in particular the SKG versus Alpha games onwards, will be played presumably on the new patch. So it's going to be very interesting how that all shakes out, because the next day of action that we have, Lizard, is ostensibly the last day on this version of Dota right now. So the Oversight crew versus C-Dub and the Tilted Boys versus SKG, last games on this patch. Where's Oversight versus C-Dub going? Because it kind of feels like both of these squads are in a similar place. They have the same score on the leaderboard, both of them sort of facing relegation. Winner of that puts themselves a little bit clear of relegation. So who do you think wants that victory a little bit more between those 2 squads?
I'm not sure. I think it's going to be very close. Like, both of these teams aren't really giving up in their series or anything like that, right? So I think it's going to be a bloodbath. But I called 3 games today. In the second series, I didn't get it. Maybe I'll be right about the next Oversight series. I really think Oversight and C-Dub are close. Maybe C-Dub a little bit more favorited there. I think C-Dub might be a bit stronger, but overall, a solid 3-game series that's gonna last like 3.5 hours as well.
We love these 3.5-hour games we've been getting here in NA. And of course, the first series on the next game day, Tilted Boys versus SKG. SKG still trying to make a clean sweep through the division, and Tilted Boys trying to recover after a loss that they themselves probably don't feel that they should have suffered, but they did nonetheless, and they're still chasing to get into Division 1.
With that, though, we are going to be closing out the day's show. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. From myself, Snare, with the boy Lizard here, the PGL crew joining us, and of course, you at home. Good night, goodbye. Make sure that you hydrate, keep a positive attitude about the game, and remember to love the people around you, love yourself, and do your best to share that love of Dota with us the next time out. Bye-bye. We'll see you then. Peace out. Get some sleep as well.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.